This meeting back to the roll call of colleagues. Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Morgan.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Rutherford.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Clark.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Good morning. Mayor Knack, are you online?
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Parmar.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Paquette. Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Elliott.
Good morning.
And Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Good morning. Great. So we're going to pick up where we left off, which was item 3.9, the Community Services Social Development presentation. So we're just going to let the team come on down, and then we'll turn the floor over to you.
And I'll just say a quick good morning.
Oh, good morning, Councillor Paquette.
Good morning. We will start off today's presentation with Social Development Branch. Stacey Gallatley, our Branch Manager of Social Development, will take us through this presentation. Over to you, Stacey.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Stacey Gallatley. I'm the Branch Manager for Social Development, and the purpose of today's presentation is to provide the foundational information for our branch, including an overview of our current state, key financials, and the strategic alignment as we enter into the 2027 to 2030 budget decisions. Next slide. On this slide, we've gathered some of the key highlights to demonstrate the output of our work. We've leveraged $233 million from external sources for affordable housing since 2023. In 2025, the Affordable Housing Investment Program, or AHIP, facilitated the development or rehabilitation of 619 units of affordable housing, including 90 accessible units and 346 units that are Indigenous-led. In 2025, we had 14 grant programs across 25 funding streams that distributed $53.9 million in grants directly to our community. In 2025, 69% of Edmontonians surveyed said they feel a sense of community. These numbers only depict a small portion of what social development undertakes, and I'll take you through more of the data to demonstrate our impact later on in the presentation. Next slide, please. The role of social development is within the Animate and is primarily serving Edmontonians who face barriers to full participation in civic life, which includes providing access to services and resources for people trying to overcome social and economic barriers. We work in complex spaces, delivering clear returns for the city and for everyday Edmontonians. Our team of experts uses proactive, rigorous approach to understand what's going on in Edmonton, leverages our knowledge and deep collaborative relationships to drive change both inside and outside of administration. And we also coordinate investments that are always anchored in the essential priority of making Edmonton a safer, more affordable, and inclusive city for everyone. This increases not only well-being in our city, but also our collective economic prosperity. Next slide, please. This slide outlines the functional alignment of our branch's work organized into the 5 primary budget programs. Firstly, community development is defined by our relationships, technical expertise, and social investments. These are leveraged to build capacity and manage change in our community and amongst community organizations while working towards neighborhood goals. This work strengthens the capacity of not-for-profits to create sustainable neighborhoods where residents can thrive. Next, under people, relationship, and partnerships, we're focused on intergovernmental and institutional coordination. Social development coordinates these systems to help address the city's most complex social challenges and opportunities. This includes supporting reconciliation by maintaining relationships with Indigenous governments, organizations, and communities to advance reconciliation priorities and meet legislative requirements. Through public safety, social development delivers the Community Safety Service, which contributes by identifying and responding to community safety incidents in collaboration with Edmontonians, businesses, organizations, and the Edmonton Police Service. Public safety operations are divided into prevention and response. Through key strategies and operational partnerships, we create localized, data-driven solutions designed to prevent and respond to violence and systemic safety issues. Our services also include social support. This is where we make social investments, often partnering with other forms of government, to mend and strengthen our social fabric. Finally, through strategy and business, social development provides subject matter expertise and best practices to ensure that city policies, programs, and services are equitable and inclusive. We enable confident decision-making by engaging with complex multi-sectoral challenges and offering tangible steps forward for council. This is achieved through proactive social planning and strategic foresight that takes into account the demographic changes and prioritizes responses that are within our municipal role and complement the efforts of others within the system. Next slide. This slide provides a high-level view of our most important asset, our people. As of 2026, social development operates with a total of 188.6 FTEs. Our workforce is primarily frontline focused, with 89.9% or 169.6 FTEs being unionized staff, 9.6% or 18 FTEs in management roles, and 0.5% or 1 FTE being out of scope. This structure ensures that the vast majority of our services are directed towards service delivery and community support. Our FTEs are strategically distributed across 6 areas to address the diverse needs of Edmontonians. Next slide, please. First, we'll talk here about operating. In 2026, social development is currently budgeting to leverage provincial and federal funding of over $31 million in support of the branch's total operating expenditures of $100 million, equating to almost 1/3 of the budget. The city funding of $68.8 million includes tax levy funding at $67.3 million, transfers from the Affordable Housing and Financial Stabilization Reserve of $1.2 million, and lease revenue collected from Savita for use of city-owned sites for affordable housing, which is $0.3 million. Provincial operating funding of $23.3 million relates to the Family and Community Support Services, or FCSF's program, which is a long-standing partnership where the city contributes 20% and the province contributes 80% for a total of almost $30 million. The vast majority of that funding flows through FCSS grants to community organizations to provide preventative services and programs that enhance the social well-being of individuals and family through promotion or intervention strategies provided at the earliest opportunity. Federal operating funding of $7.2 million or $7.9 million includes $7.3 million in planned 2026 operating expenses related to the Housing Accelerator Fund, or HAF, for which the city has secured $192 million over 3 years from 2024 to 2026. The majority of HAF funding is reflected as part of the capital budget. Collectively, this funding will support the HAF Action Plan, designed to incentivize mix of multi-unit, transit-oriented, missing middle, and non-market affordable housing to deliver more than 5,700 new homes over and above what would typically be expected in Edmonton. $0.3 million for the Building Safer Communities Fund. A total of $4.2 million was approved for 2023 to 2026, supports local projects addressing underlying social conditions that give rise to gun and gang violence. And lastly, $0.2 million, which the city receives per year from the Edmonton Local Immigration Partnership, which forges partnerships across immigrant-serving organizations, governments, and community to address unique diverse needs of newcomers with Made in Edmonton solutions developed through coordination across agencies and community. Now, moving on to the capital budget. The total capital budget for 2023 to 2026 of $282.3 million includes components that are social development and IIS-led capital and is funded $56.7 million from the City of Edmonton, $16.1 million from the province, and $209.5 million from the federal government. The social development portion led of the capital budget totals $207.9 million and includes City of Edmonton funding of $19.3 million, which is comprised of $14.3 million for the affordable housing land acquisition and site development portfolio, which supports the creation of new and redeveloped affordable housing units through the acquisition of parcels in neighborhoods where there is limited or no affordable housing. $5 million goes towards the social housing renewal, which represents the city's portion of a project in partnership with the province and federal governments to modernize and preserve existing social housing inventory, ensuring that current units remain safe and functional. Both projects are primarily funded by pay-as-you-go, avoiding the need for long-term debt. Provincial capital funding of $5.5 million is the province's contribution towards the social housing renewal project, aligning provincial resources and federal with municipal efforts to support the renewal of those city-owned affordable and social housing sites. Federal capital of $183.1 million is comprised of half funding of $170.3 million, which represents the largest portion of federal support for which the city has secured a total of $192 million. The remaining portion of half not reflected as capital is part of the operating budget as we just discussed, and that's primarily for downtown student housing. Social housing renewal funding of $12.8 million, which has been provided by the CMHC as the federal contribution towards the project, is the final aspect. The IIS-led capital budget totals $74.4 million and reflects the cost of permanent supportive housing developments such as Kenora, Hollywood, Garneau, MacArthur, and others. It includes city funding of $37.4 million from the Financial Stabilization Reserve and pay-as-you-go. Federal Rapid Housing Initiative funding of $26.4 million and provincial funding of $10.6 million from the Affordable Housing Partnership Program. Overall, this means that during the 2023 to 2026 budget, $56.7 million of city funding leveraged $225.6 million of provincial and federal funding. Next slide, please. So let's use the affordable housing example, and we can demonstrate how the city's investments are leveraged not only for dollars from external sources, but also in terms of a multiplier effect that flows into the community through economic contributions and improvements in the safety and well-being of residents. Reminder that this is in this context, affordable housing refers to housing that is offered at below market rate, receives some amount of government subsidy to be viable, and typically targets households in core housing need. A household in core housing is in need if it spends more than 30% of its income on housing. Since 2019, the city's investments of $258 million in affordable housing projects have leveraged $1.26 billion in external funding, primarily provincial and federal dollars. This has resulted in a ratio of $5 for every $1 of city investment in affordable housing. In this time period, the city's investments have led to 6,159 affordable homes being developed or renewed. Applying Alberta's economic input-output multipliers, the city's investment has helped to create an estimated 10,490 jobs and $2.6 billion of economic growth. The most significant contribution from this example is the improvement in the lives of Edmontonian residents who find safety, stability, and improved well-being as a result of affordable housing. Sufficient affordable housing supply keeps people housed and safe, enables people to escape the cycle of homelessness, and reduces dependence on expensive emergency systems and contributes to safer and thriving communities. It's important to note that the affordable housing example that both operating and capital funding work together to create this scale of impact. Edmonton's approach of being the first investor in relies on consistent operating funding that can be provided to projects as grants, then lead to a pipeline of projects that we can leverage funding from external sources on. At the same time, capital funding allows the city to initiate projects that otherwise wouldn't be built, such as affordable housing. This means that we are ready with impactful, shovel-ready projects to take advantage of funding windows when and wherever they open.
We're just going
And
to
just
pause for a moment.
Yeah, perfect. Great timing. Because I know we have a long presentation, but we have some very special guests who are joining us in council chambers. So we have the grade 6s from Satu School, and we have teacher A. Kales, is it? That's what I have on my sheet. And from Ward Garhio. So your city councillor is Councillor Karen Tang, who usually sits right over there next to Councillor Clark, but is joining us online today. I think she's waving online.
I don't know if you can see me waving.
There she
Hi,
is.
everyone.
See her up on the screen? So are you doing a full tour? Are you doing mock city council? Yes, you are. Okay, and have you chosen your mayor? Not yet, but you can choose right now. Oh my gosh, that is, that's a little intense. We have hands up. Oh my goodness. Mayor, would you like to come down to the podium and tell us what you're going to be discussing and debating? If you know. If you don't know, that's also okay. You can also just let us know maybe the coolest thing you've seen so far while you've been visiting City Hall. I can't quite hear you, but the coolest thing you've seen while you've been on your tour. And you'll have to yell it out. The windows. Oh, okay. I mean, the windows are pretty cool. I love how much natural light there is in here. Yeah, and especially this one. I mean, we can't do it right now, but this dome, it actually opens and closes. So maybe next time you visit City Hall, you can see how cool that is. Okay, one more, and then we'll have to move on. Go ahead. All the pretty artwork. You are the third person who has shared that from a visiting school in the last little while. And you are absolutely right. All the artwork is stunning and beautiful, and it's one of my favorite parts of City Hall. All right, well, thank you so much for joining us. Feel free to stick around a little bit, but enjoy the rest of your time. And once you do eventually decide what you're discussing at mock council, you might have to let your ward councillor know how that conversation goes. But thanks so much for joining us, and just a round of applause, everyone. And I see that Mayor Knack is back, so I will return the chair so we can continue on.
Thank you very much. And again, welcome. Thanks so much for being here, everyone. Excited. I hope you enjoy the rest of your tour, and we will let our folks continue with the presentation.
Welcome back, Mayor Knack. We are talking next about understanding subsidies. There we are. So social development administers $8.7 million in subsidies to approximately 20 organizations and $39.7 million on behalf of 6 agencies, boards, and commissions. Organizational subsidies of $8.7 million are generally provided based on council direction. These funding contributions are allocated by council rather than a competitive application process. Unlike grant programs, subsidies do not utilize a standard assessment criteria for entry. It is a form of financial support intended to provide operating support or promote specific initiatives. These funding results may arise from a report to council, advocacy by a not-for-profit, or a solution to a complex issue that's facing council. Subsidies may be time-limited or ongoing. Although there's no application process, there are still monitoring and reporting requirements to ensure that municipal funds are achieving the stated outcomes. The branch also administers the distribution of funding of $39.7 million of subsidies to 6 of the city's agencies, boards, and commissions. These funds sit outside of the Social Development Branch's operating budget and are directed to the Edmonton Arts Council, Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues, GEF Seniors Housing, Edmonton Heritage Council, Edmonton Space and Science Centre, and Reach Edmonton. The city continues to improve our processes to align with the municipal funding arrangement policy and procedure. This transition aims to standardize how community organizations are funded to ensure transparency and equity. Under the policy framework, the established preference is to transition funding towards grant-based models. This shift utilizes open application processes with defined eligibility and assessment criteria to determine funding awards. Next slide, please. The Social Development Branch manages a $61.2 million grant program. It's distributed across 14 programs and 24 distinct funding streams. These grants support operating, program, and infrastructure requirements within the community. Additionally, the branch administers $6.3 million in operational and infrastructure grants specifically for the Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues. Beyond distributing fund, the branch ensures the investments are data-informed and strategically aligned, include application processes that are transparent and equitable, incorporate established compliance monitoring processes, and clearly set reporting expectations, including financial reporting and output and outcome data. The Social Development Branch collaborates with internal colleagues and community coordinating bodies to ensure that grant programs address the needs of both the city and community organizations through a high-standard, adjudicated review process. The Social Development team has worked with internal business partners to streamline funding processes and build more client-friendly technology interface. We work internally and externally to share funding applications where appropriate, which improves the client experience and helps funding go further. Key programs include the Affordable Housing Investment Program, which incentivizes the construction and rehabilitation of affordable housing, and the Family and Community Support Services Program, which is a partnership with the Government of Alberta. In 2026, we'll support 10 service coordination projects and partnerships for service delivery, and 69 community programs aligned with our positive mental health, healthy relationships, poverty reduction, and homelessness and healthy social and emotional development. In addition to other government investments coming directly to and through the city, city investments also allow recipients to leverage and secure funding to keep Edmontonians safe and well. Next slide, please. I'll now provide an overview of Social Development's 2026 budget. Next slide. The Social Development Branch is responsible for key activities of convening, coordinating, investing, and advocating across community partners and various orders of government to address and prevent complex social challenges. Our operating budget facilitates that work. The 2026 net operating budget of $67.3 million reflects total expenditures of $100 million, offset by significant provincial and federal grant revenue, as illustrated in the next slide. The total expenditures include utilities and other charges of $70.6 million, of which $69.9 million relates to grants and subsidy, representing the largest portion of the budget to support hundreds of organizations through targeted grant programs related to housing, prevention, anti-racism, violence prevention, and more, to subsidize operational costs of community organizations and programs that help advance the city's strategic goals. Personnel of $22.9 million reflects the costs of 188.6 FTEs across 6 sections of the branch. Relationships are considered the heart of social development, and our staff, experts in data, policy, and addressing complex social issues are critical to building and maintaining those community bonds. External services of $5.8 million, which primarily includes contracts for outreach services, addressing the overdose crisis, migrant inclusion partnerships, and more. The remaining $0.7 million, which is less than 1% of the budget, relates to administrative costs of the branch, such as materials, supplies, honorariums, and training costs. Our budget is heavily influenced by the complex landscape of cost drivers. The affordability crisis has a direct impact on both Edmontonians and nonprofit workers who support them. This is further strained by general inflationary pressures. As our population grows, there's an increased demand on social agencies and a rising demand for affordable housing. Construction costs are also impact physical project goals. Edmonton serves as a critical health and corrections hub for Northern Alberta and Canada, which places unique pressure on our local systems. There is an increased complexity of need among the populations that social development serves. There is an increased public expectation of governments to solve these issues. Ultimately, this $67.3 million budget is a reflection of our commitment to a resilient, inclusive community. It balances the need for direct financial support through grants and the human expertise required to make those dollars truly effective. Next slide. The Social Development Branch's 2026 expenditure budget of $100 million is funded by several sources. Approximately 2/3, or $67.3 million, will come from tax levy funding. Almost 1/3, or $31.2 million, will be leveraged from provincial and federal grant revenue already secured. Those include $23.3 million in the FCSS funding, which we receive annually, $7.3 million in the HAF funding, which is only a small portion of the 192 in total approved over 2024 to 2026. Again, that's primarily reflected in the capital budget. $335,000 in federal Building Safer Communities funding, which is the 2026 portion of the $4.3 million approved over 3 years. And lastly, $225,000 in federal immigration partnership funding that we receive from the federal government annually. Reserve funding for 2026 is $1.2 million, and that includes financial stabilization and housing reserve. And that funding typically is for multi-year items where spending occurs through projects over time. Finally, there's a small portion of the funding, which is $0.3 million, that is categorized as user fees, fines, and permits, but that relates to the lease revenue from the city-owned sites that are leased by Savita for affordable housing. It's important to know that grant revenue can vary widely from year to year in social development. Amounts are dependent on federal and provincial programs that are available, the city's ability to provide matching or in-kind contributions as required, and the identification of shovel-ready housing projects, which are often prioritized for funding through the branch's key relationships with provincial and federal agencies, which lead the discussions for potential funding. Reserve amounts will also fluctuate due to the progression of multiple projects across multi-year timelines, or if and when reserves are directed as a funding source by council, carry-forwards of unspent funding in a given year will be spent in the following year and more. Next slide, please. The 2026 expenditure and revenue budget by program highlights how resources are allocated across social development, illustrating the extent to which leveraged funding from other orders of government help us to offset the operating cost. Community investment represents the largest share of the expenditure budget, close to 37%, but that's offset by the most revenue from the province, 80% share of FCSS program, which is administered by the city. Affordable housing and homelessness represents just over 36% of the expenditure budget, of which $23 million relates to the Affordable Housing Investment Program. Although there's fairly minor revenue offset of the $1.2 million budgeted for 2026, this can vary widely depending on the progression of multi-year projects, with disbursements flowing through reserves and provincial and federal funding secured, as was explained on that previous slide. A large portion of the funding secured from other orders of government in this section is capital, which is not reflected on this slide. The temporary Housing Action Team represents close to 9% of the expenditure budget, which is almost fully offset by federal Housing Accelerator funding, for which the city is receiving $192 million. Only certain components of HAF are included in the operating budget, primarily staffing for the HAT team and subsidies related to the Downtown Student Housing Incentive Program. The actions are being implemented over several years, which is why only a small portion is reflected on this slide. Safe and Healthy Communities represents just over 77% of the expenditure budget and is partially funded by the $0.3 million funding from the multi-year Building Safer Communities Fund program, for which the branch has secured $4.3 million. Neighborhood Services represents close to 7% of the expenditure budget, and finally, the Indigenous Relations Office represents just over 4% of the expenditure budget. Next slide, please. As mentioned in earlier slides, the 4-year capital budget for housing totals $282.3 million from the 2023 to 2026 cycle. These projects support the creation and redevelopment of affordable housing through strategic land acquisition, while modernizing and renewing city-owned social housing to ensure that the existing inventory remains safe, functional, and preserved for the long term. This investment includes $207.9 million led by social development and $74.4 million by our integrated infrastructure services partners. We must ground this investment in the underlying social and demographic realities. The key trends driving this capital are clear. We are managing the impact of significant population growth and growing diversification of needs. This is compounded by the effects of our aging social housing infrastructure, increasing shelter costs, and the persistently long wait times for social housing. However, capital budget faces several significant risks. This includes our reliance on community organizations to manage and maintain social housing infrastructure that we develop, ongoing uncertainties such as provincial and federal funding, and the complexity of determining accurate cash flow timelines of these multi-year projects. Maintaining and distributing a suitable inventory of land for affordable housing is also a challenge. Mitigating these risks will ensure that our capital program delivers its intended social and economic outcomes. Next slide. The next several slides reflect the cumulative trends in operating expenditures, net tax levy requirements, and FTEs for social development compared to the city as a whole over the last 2 budget cycles. In all graphs, the red line represents cumulative growth or decline for citywide tax-supported areas, whereas the blue line represents social development branch in comparison. The percentages shown reflect cumulative changes as compared to 2028. In this slide, you can see that social development's expenditure budget fluctuates significantly due to one-time funded projects, varying levels of external funding, and budget adjustments that are approved by Council. Key examples of expenditure fluctuations since 2018 include temporary funding for emergency shelters that were done during the pandemic years, time-limited federal funding such as HAF, Rapid Housing Initiative, and the Building Safer Community Fund that increases the related expenditures, approval of a $18.7 million affordable housing and homelessness prevention service package effective in 2023. However, it's important to note that this simply helped to maintain the service levels that had been achieved through the use of the Affordable Housing Reserve in the previous budget cycle. Other significant changes from 2021 to 2026 include the implementation of the Community Safety and Wellbeing Framework, for which a significant amount of funding was allocated towards initiatives in the social development branch beginning in 2022, including funds that flow through to the community. As well, there was the transfer of neighborhood services into social development from the Community Standards branch in 2025. The significant drop in expenditure budget from 2025 to 2026 is primarily due to the timing of expenditures related to CSWB and affordable housing grants and carryforwards of over $13 million that were not yet approved by Council at the time that the graph was created. Next slide. This trend shows the cumulative changes in the net operating requirement for social development branch compared to the city as a whole. Net operating requirement is the difference between the total expenditures necessary to run the branch and the total revenue received from grants, user fees, and reserve transfers. It does not, however, take into account the capital grants that were received. Net operating requirement equates to the tax levy funding required to support the branch's operations. The social development net operating requirement has increased by a total of 68% since 2018. This equates to $27.2 million, from $40.1 million in 2018 to $67.3 million in 2026. The main reasons for this increase were already explained on the previous slide and include the implementation of the CSWB framework starting in 2021, for which a significant portion of projects, including funds flowing through to the community, have been managed by social development since 2022. The approval of the affordable housing and homelessness service packages in 2023. Projects in prior years, again, were funded from the accumulation of previous unspent funds in the Affordable Housing Reserve, which would not have been reflected in the net requirement. Lastly, the transfer of neighborhood services section from community standards into social development in 2025 resulted in a $6.9 million net requirement increase. Next slide. This trend shows the cumulative changes to social development's FTEs compared to the city as a whole. In 2018, social development had 148.5 FTEs, which was reduced by 16% or 24.2 FTEs through various workforce strategies in 2021, or by 2021. In 2022 and 2023, a total of 9 FTEs were added to social development as a result of council-approved CSWB initiatives, including the Indigenous Framework implementation, municipal drug poisoning response, problem properties, and homelessness prevention. In 2024, 6 temporary FTEs were added to support the implementation of the Housing Accelerator Fund Action Plan, and these are being funded primarily with federal dollars until 2027. and in 2025, 45 FTEs were added as neighborhood services was transferred from the Community Standards branch into the social development. Excluding the transfer of neighborhood services in 2025, this means that social development's FTEs have actually decreased by 3.3% or 4.9 FTEs since 2019 and are scheduled to decrease by a further 6 FTEs when the Housing Action Team stands down in 2027. Contextually considering these numbers, while our portfolio of services has expanded to meet Edmonton's most complex challenges, FTEs have not grown alongside. Next slide. This slide outlines the levers that are available to you as governors related to social development. Firstly, Council could consider grants and subsidies. This includes increasing or decreasing the tax levy to fund or reduce funding to programs and initiatives. Changes to grants and subsidies may impact the city's ability to leverage external funding or FCSS contribution rates. Secondly, Council could consider a redesign of services. In addition to investment, social development provides many services, such as neighborhood supports, supporting council committees, and helping community organizations navigate the city, tenant supports, and community safety supports. Here, Council would direct the addition or cancellation of services offered. Lastly, Council may direct a change to strategic focus. Recently, social development was directed by Council to move forward various strategies such as the Migrant Action Plan, Blueprint for Violence Prevention, and Beyond Belonging. Council may wish to extend or reduce strategic areas that the city influences. Administration is available to support Council decision-making in regards to these levers. Next slide, please. The work of social development is anchored in a rigorous framework of legislation and city standards that guide and direct our work. Provincially, the branch operations are influenced by the FCSS Act, Regulation and Accountability Framework, and the Alberta Housing Act, which dictates specific regulatory and accountability frameworks for social investments and housing programs. The Alberta Human Rights Act compels us to provide services in a non-discriminatory manner. The branch mitigates risk and ensures compliance through adherence to council priorities, specifically the Municipal Funding Arrangements Policy, which governs our grants, and the Urban Aboriginal Accord, which guides the city's consultation and relationship building with Indigenous partners. Additionally, policies like C-620 compel our response to extreme weather and to ensure the safety of vulnerable Edmontonians. Next slide. Next, we'll review key measures that are related to our branch. Next slide, please. Social development measures many activities and is actively working to expand measures and develop an integrated evaluation framework to demonstrate the impact of our relationships and collaborative efforts. Our housing and social community supports measures have helped us to expand work with external partners and other orders of government, leverage funding, and respond to emergent opportunities in the sector. Our current data shows strong results in housing and community supports. Since 2019, the city's investments of $258 million in affordable housing projects have leveraged $1.26 billion in external funding, primarily provincial and federal dollars. This investment resulted in a ratio of $5 leveraged for every $1 of city investment. Social development has already increased its 2023 to 2026 affordable housing commitments of 2,700 by successfully allocating funding to 3,541 new or renewed housing units. It is important to note that while we are outperforming our allocated budget, these targets represent financial milestones rather than the total community need through our city's housing need assessment. In 2025, social development distributed $120.2 million in community grants and subsidies to support community-led initiatives. While the numbers are positive, social development is a complex space, and it's important to remain aware of the risks. Factors include our social well-being and possible levers to improve are not only outside of our direct control, but they're also constantly changing. Without constant and rigorous attention to Edmonton's specific intelligence and relationships, there is a high risk that other orders of government and actors will be less effective in responding to complex social issues in a way that actually works in the Edmonton context. That affects the safety, health, and well-being of our residents. Next slide, please. Edmonton is defined by dynamic growth and a young, diverse demographic. We are home to the fastest growing Indigenous population in Canada, at 6% of our population, in contrast to Calgary's Indigenous population, which sits at 3.2%. Nearly a third of Edmonton's residents were born outside of the country. This diversity is a great social and economic advantage, but it also demands intentionality. Indigenous families and newcomers are more likely to be in core housing need. While benchmarking in social services sphere is a gap for most municipalities, there are a number of important metrics to understand the social pressures that are faced by Edmontonians. On the slide here, you see the percentage of Edmontonians experiencing poverty. It's a complex challenge requiring a range of supports that vary from person to person. We see these numbers reflected in those that are experiencing homelessness through the Community Point in Time, or PIT count. The 2025 numbers have not yet been released, but in 2024, 3,121 individuals were identified as experiencing homelessness in Calgary, whereas 3,902 individuals were identified as experiencing homelessness in Edmonton. People experiencing homelessness captured in these numbers are inclusive of those who are staying in emergency shelters, provisionally housed, for example, in detox, correctional institutions, or transitional housing, or unsheltered, meaning sleeping outside or in encampments. In Edmonton, 23% of people enumerated, or 892 individuals, were experiencing unsheltered homelessness, compared to 804 people, or 26%, in Calgary. Edmonton operates in a social context unlike other municipalities. We are the primary service hub for Northern Canada. We provide an essential safety net. People travel here for physical and mental health care, addictions treatments, and a range of other services. The pressure on our shelters, social agencies, and public spaces is considerable. Because of these complex and external factors, traditional benchmarking doesn't actually tell us the whole story. We can't compare our operating costs or social outcomes to cities with milder climates, fewer regional citizens accessing supports, or simply different needs. Social development is a specialized response to a unique set of regional responsibilities. We can compare indicators such as poverty or the PIT count, but these indicators are used to begin asking questions about Edmonton's unique needs. Indicators and individual outcome metrics cannot act as standalone ratings or a level check of our efforts against other municipalities. Social development is now collaborating with partners such as the Canadian Centre for Safer Communities to develop consistent, robust measurements for benchmarking that can help us to better understand the unique qualities of Edmonton vis-a-vis other municipalities and guide our social planning and policy work. Next slide, please. Because our services are incomparable, sometimes difficult to measure, and shift regularly to respond to the social policy environment, social development has been guided by a service outcomes model, and some of these outcomes are shown here. As noted already, one of the branch's largest challenges is the scope of social outcomes. The root causes of social challenges, such as poverty, are largely beyond the city's direct control, and they require collaborative effort from multiple orders of government, the private sector, and the not-for-profit sector to improve. While the city is not directly in control of the root causes, levers, or jurisdictions of the issues, it's nonetheless critical to play a role in influencing outcomes. Outcomes are long-range and core to the well-being of Edmontonians. This may be done through data and community-informed understanding of our local context, locally specific research on issues or interventions, understanding and supporting capacity of our local social ecosystem, convening partners to work together or prepare compelling investment-ready proposals, developing strategic clarity and focus, providing input into the policies and investments of other actors, and making smart investments that deliver clear return and attract further investment into Edmonton. The mix and intensity of the services ebbs and flows in response to the ever-evolving social environment in which we work. However, the outcomes that we are working towards remain stable. Next slide, please. Everything that our branch does is with and for Edmontonians. As previously mentioned, the work of social development is centered on leveraging strategic, community-centered knowledge and relationships. Research and engagement are fundamental parts of that work. Fulsome data tell us the why behind the issues that our residents face and guide the how the city can play an effective role in driving change alongside our communities. Our approach relies on several key pillars. Firstly, community-led and accessible engagement. The branch utilizes culturally sensitive and accessible tools to reach diverse populations and at times that work with communities to engage with their members on the city's behalf. We work with lived experience. This branch creates mechanisms to hear from equity-deserving perspectives, not only as part of individual projects, but as an ongoing part of our practice. In addition to the lived experience tables, we advance reconciliation by ensuring that rights holders are at the center of our policy work through maintaining ongoing engagement with 32 Indigenous nations. Evidence-based research is also a part of it. We learn from the best practices of other cities and build partnerships with academic institutions to match academic expertise with the city policy needs. The true power of the data that we gather is in its authenticity. Our understanding of the needs is deeply rooted in deep localized relationships. This provides the city with the evidence and credibility to collaborate with other orders of government and external funders to influence policy investment. By speaking with the collective voice of our partner organizations and engaged individuals, we can more effectively seek specific investments, resources, and supports that our city needs to foster long-term social development. Next slide. Next, we'll be going through our continuous improvement slides. Over the past several years, there have been a number of audits and reviews undertaken and completed in the social development branch, most of which are listed on this slide. Our teams have welcomed the recommendations and the business improvements that have resulted from the audits and reviews. All audits and reviews to date are either completed or well on their way to completion, to the satisfaction of our city auditor. The FCSS program is also audited annually by an external auditor as part of our partnership with the province. Next slide. In the last 10 years, social development has made $12.85 million in reductions to its budget, with an annual cumulative average of $6.64 million and a cumulative total of $66.41 million, or 14.7% during this period. Notable reductions include, in 2016 to 2018, $3.4 million over 3 years was returned to the tax levy as a result of realigning work to create efficiencies. In 2020, a $1 million reduction of the Landlord and Tenant Advisory Board and the Individual and Family Wellbeing programs were made as a result of program and service review recommendations. In 2021, the $1.9 million Community Facility Partnership Capital Grant Program was discontinued. In 2023, there was a $2.8 million Community Investment Operating Grant reduction, which was 75% of that program. In 2024, there was a $1 million reduction as we supported the transition of domestic violence individual support services to be provided by suitable partners within the community. And in 2024-25, there was a $1.1 million reduction to End Poverty Edmonton's operating subsidy. As the city continues to grow and evolve, we will assess and prioritize our activities and expenditures based on mature evaluation models, continuous improvement, innovation, service reviews, and audits to ensure a responsive and financially responsible service for Edmontonians, not only today, but in future generations. Next slide. Strategic integration. The Community Safety and Wellbeing Framework has evolved from a fund to a comprehensive framework that brings together a wide range of city strategies, action plans, and initiatives that collectively address the root causes of social issues. By integrating the CSWB framework, we have improved our ability to leverage individual programs to meet the needs of multiple initiatives across the city. This allows us to be more agile and responsive to local needs assessments, building strategies that reinforce one another, and minimize service gaps. Nextly, let's look at strategies driving social outcomes. To deliver on the outcomes of the CSWB's 7 pillars, we have developed strategies that move the city forward intentionally in priority areas. These strategies include, but are not limited to, the Indigenous Framework and Affordable Housing Strategy. We are taking a consistent, integrated approach to operationalizing these strategies through the development of needs assessments, corporate, intergovernmental, community, engagement, communications, and evaluations plans. Our corporate plans secure commitments from all departments and enable integration across business areas to jointly advance social well-being outcomes. In engagement, as we've discussed previously, everything the branch does is with and for Edmontonians, so continuously improving how we engage is a big part of our work. We have evolved our engagement from traditional consultation to an accessible, community-led model. We utilize tools like host your own conversations and lived experience tables. We ensure engagement is accessible, such as through translation of survey materials into other languages to ensure linguistic diversity. By shifting to community-led and Indigenous right-holder-centered models, we ensure that our strategies are authentically co-designed with those with lived experience, resulting in more equitable and effective social policy. In the area of research and data, the branch utilizes social research and data analysis to align municipal policy with community needs. By leveraging our research hub and formal partnerships with institutions like the University of Alberta and MacEwan University, the branch translates academic research and raw data into actionable social outcomes. Some of the key analytical tools and methodologies that we're now using include jurisdictional scans, GIS mapping, advanced analytics, and benchmarking. Next slide. So now that we know what needs to be done, let's talk about how we're innovating when it comes to implementing the work. In the area of community capacity building, to drive real change, we must equip our community to take collective action. Our community connectors provide a no wrong door entry point, ensuring grassroots groups have the resources to stay viable. At the same time, our neighborhood resource coordinators track local trends to direct neighborhood grants where there are gaps in community capacity. We're also tackling the root causes of social disorder. Through community safety liaisons, we use an evidence-based model to identify root causes of social disorder before they require emergency services. By conducting CPTED, or Crime Prevention Through Environmental Design Assessments, they help communities turn unsafe areas into vibrant community assets. This is a preventative financial strategy. By strengthening our partners today, we're creating a resilient community, and we prevent crisis-driven emergency responses from happening tomorrow. In the space of intergovernmental collaboration, while municipalities are leaders and vital partners in ensuring that communities feel safe, connected, and equipped to address issues and implement solutions, there's no one sector or level of government that can accomplish it alone. Effective collaboration means a shared responsibility and alignment so that each order of government can use their own unique levers. We have aligned our funding program criteria with other orders so that proponents who are funded by the city are already meeting expectations when they show up to other orders of government. Currently, we're in collaborative conversations with the provincial and federal government administrations to move to a one portal approach, which would streamline applications for proponents, but also ensure that as funders, we're aligned in our collective outcomes. Next, we look at grant optimization. We're moving forward with a more data-driven, strategic approach to grant making. An integrated focus ensures targeted investments, and that funded initiatives create a lasting community impact and measurable outcomes. By launching the Community Investment Funding Portal, we've automated notifications and significantly cut red tape. We've streamlined legal requirements and ensured that public funds are spent on service delivery, not administration. This evolution ensures that every dollar is an investment in a measurable, lasting community impact. The team continues to evolve and improve through monitoring, compliance, and evaluation aligned with the municipal funding arrangement policy. Lastly, let's look at our Housing Accelerator Fund. Edmonton is recognized federally as a growth leader. We secured $192 million through the Housing Accelerator Fund, managing 13 initiatives where the market can't act alone. Some of the key highlights including stimulating 4,000 units in priority areas through the Infill Infrastructure Fund, creating Canada's first municipal student housing program, advancing the Bridge Healing model, which integrates healthcare with housing. Our surplus school sites program has been hailed as a national model for affordable housing. The results speak for themselves. We exceeded our housing supply targets within 9 months to spare and are on track now to complete all of our actions by this November. Next slide. So what does this all mean? Today we talked about the connection between social support and the overall health of our city. Social development acts as a stabilizer for Edmonton and the foundation upon which our economy prospers, our residents and visitors feel safe, and our community feels pride. It's more than just service delivery. It's not your typical line of business. We tackle some of the most complex issues faced by our community. issues that require a multitude of actors working together, governments, funders, and social organizations alike. We ensure policies and investments work for and in Edmonton. Our budget and revenue sources are not linear or predictable, and we respond to changing needs, opportunities, and priorities over time. We rely on and leverage significant investment, both operating and capital, from other orders of government, and we help that investment get through to community where it can be most impactful. Some of that funding flows directly through the city, and sometimes we're facilitating funding directly to community partners, and therefore you don't even see it on our books here. However, the impact of all of this is undeniable. The work we have done in the housing sector alone has triggered $2.6 billion in economic growth since 2019. Social well-being and economic well-being are deeply interconnected, and we are driving both. So how do we proceed? The branch is already recognized nationally and internationally for our community-connected, visionary, innovative, and rigorous approach to social development. We proceed with the confidence that we know how our community works better than anyone else. Because we utilize deep statistical and qualitative research, we understand the specific needs of Edmontonians. We know that without our coordination, federal and provincial resources risk missing the mark or bypassing Edmonton altogether. We proceed by continuing to bridge the gap between high-level policy and the reality on our streets. We reinforce readiness by building community capacity and collaboration, proactively monitoring our city's well-being, and develop compelling and impactful investment-ready opportunities to leverage funding when and where it becomes available. We ensure that every effort is made by all those involved in moving the needle on complex issues that land effectively in our Edmonton context. And so, under the guidance of the CSWB framework, we will be moving forward with strong, holistic strategies, such as the Affordable Housing Strategy, Blueprint for Violence Prevention, Indigenous Framework, Anti-Racism Strategy, and Migrant Inclusion Action Plan, alongside government and community partners to amplify our collective impact in Edmonton. To wrap up, I want to leave you with a sense of pride in this workforce. We are running a sophisticated, data-informed operation that is leading the country in how municipalities manage complex social challenges. It's work that defines who we are as a city, and it's work that I personally am incredibly proud to lead. Thank you, and we will move to questions.
Thank you very much. And I see on the board we have Councillor Wright, so please go ahead.
Wow. Okay. So you talk about, tackling, the complex issues, the social issues and that. The beginning of your presentation, you mentioned within our municipal role. Is this the role of municipalities?
So I think your question comes down to the heart of what we struggle with a lot, which is the difference between jurisdiction and municipal role. And so there are certainly spaces where I would say it is not our jurisdiction. However, there is a strong municipal role in impacting those things that are critically affecting our city. So a great example that I could point to is shelter spaces. There was a time when we were running shelter spaces. The city running shelter spaces is difficult. We don't have the expertise. It is very costly, and quite frankly, it stops being effective.
And you're talking overnight shelters.
Overnight shelters, as soon as we stop investing in them. However, through extreme work that we did to understand why aren't folks accessing shelter within Edmonton, what is the need, what would it look like to have an accessible system, and building the relationships with the province, we moved from, in 2022 when I arrived, having just over 600 shelter spaces not running 24/7, to now having 2,000 shelter spaces running 24/7. We've got 2 Indigenous-led operators. We've got small-scale shelters outside of the downtown core. We've got shelters that are accepting pets. And so that work doesn't happen without the municipality playing its role of really understanding what is needed in Edmonton, building the capacity in the community to be able to make things happen, and working with other orders of government or funders to make those policies or investments happen for our city. So the difference between jurisdiction, should we be running overnight shelters, versus what is our municipal role in influencing that, I think are 2 different questions.
So you're sort of the driver for the province to get things done?
I would say a partner at the table.
Okay. Then I'm just wondering about the FCSS funding. I know our responsibility is 20%, But my understanding from like the annual FCSS reports and that, we are contributing more than that 20%, correct?
Yeah, the reason why you see that is because things that we do per our regular role within social development can count towards our contribution for FCSS. So it's not like we're saying, okay, we need to do 20% additional things so that we can contribute it. We consider the things that we do in social development, identify which ones align with the eligibility requirements of FCSS, and utilize that as our contribution.
So can we scale back some of the other stuff to bring us just to the 20%?
So that would mean perhaps scaling back on things that we would be doing whether FCSS existed or not. So, for example, work that we have received from council, whether it's in the homelessness space, in the affordable housing space, in violence prevention, et cetera, some of that work qualifies towards our contribution. So we could certainly have that conversation, but it may mean scaling back on things that council has directed to us, again, regardless of whether FCSS existed or not.
Okay, what about things like grants that have existed, I think, since time immemorial almost, and have grown?
I think if there's a desire for council to explore that, we can certainly explore that, and we would simply identify what the impact to FCSS would or could be.
Okay, community safety and well-being funds. You say that's to address the root causes?
So CSWB funds are targeted across the spectrum of prevention, early intervention, and response. And so we do try to look at the entire spectrum and identify where those funds are most effective. We do try to gear those towards the prevention side, certainly, but sometimes there are critical near intervention or intervention initiatives that warrant investment.
Okay, and is there any partnership with other levels of government to leverage those dollars that we're spending?
So certainly when you look at it on an item by item basis, there are some items which also contribute to work that we're doing collaboratively with other orders of government, but you sort of have to go in on an item by item basis. It's not really on the portfolio basis that we're having that conversation.
Okay, my time is up. I might come back. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you very much. I wanted to dig into some of our funding for affordable housing. So I know that our affordable housing investment program is through our operating dollars, correct? And we have that built into the base budget, I believe?
That's correct. We have a base operating budget for affordable housing.
Then just on the capital side of things, I know that we've had to use capital dollars to leverage a number of different programs, the Rapid Housing Initiative, really some of that focus on supportive housing. So just wondering what the plan is for capital funding for housing in the upcoming budget.
At this time, we don't have an ongoing capital funding for housing.
And administration isn't planning to bring that forward?
I think that those conversations are currently underway with council, et cetera, on priorities, areas, et cetera, so that work is not yet complete.
That will be a part of the conversation we have later in May.
Later in May. Okay, so you don't, I know that, yesterday we were putting some unfunded service packages for arterial roads for capital funding. Do you need something similar for the affordable housing?
We'll be bringing the affordable housing package back as part of the big move conversation we have in May, so we'll see where council sits on that. Obviously, there's a contribution from the city side that lands that, so there's a tax conversation involved with that.
Yeah, for sure. And so if in May, administration, for whatever reason, were to come forward without a capital allocation, we could still direct that at that time.
I think that's the time to direct that.
Okay, thank you, perfect. Just wanted to dig into some of the other safety pieces, and specifically the Community Safety and Wellbeing Fund. So maybe just I guess just, would love some general commentary on the vision for that. And particularly I'm thinking about programs like the anti-racism initiative, the reconciliation funding that's currently coming out of that fund. In my mind, those are now, that's core work. I would imagine seeing those transition into base budget, but just want to understand the thoughts around CSWB.
Yeah, we're currently exploring that. So in the next 4 year, so most of the CSWB funding is allocated ongoing. So when we look towards next year and further, there's really only about 5.5 plus or minus $1 million available for new initiatives, and that's with the items that are multi-year coming off. So right now we're doing that work across the organization to identify what are those needs, what does that look like, and how do we handle that alongside the incoming budget.
Great. And again, are there areas, I mean, I guess maybe the question is, are there areas to shift things into base funding, and then do we reconceptualize what CSWB is? Like, does it remain a fund, or does administration have a different vision for it?
I think we'll be exploring that as part of the budget process as well. So what does CSWB mean now? A lot of this stuff is permanently in our structure as well. So what does CSWB look like in the future? I think will be another conversation that we have in May.
Okay. Because I think that, well, and maybe it kind of ties into some of my follow-up questions, but that did just remind me some of the multi-year that's ending. We have a report coming back about what multi-year.
It's a memo, and we're just finalizing it.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Because yeah, I think for me, I think what has been effective about the Community Safety Wellbeing Fund is it's been a really targeted pool of money where we are. It's just in a way to think about how we're investing in specific things around safety. I think maybe some of the execution in terms of being more grant-based. So maybe this is just a more general conversation about grant-based model. I'm wondering in the presentation, you know what, I'm just gonna have to come back for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark.
Thank you. I'm going to pick up on that, Councillor Stevenson, anyways, because I had it as one of my questions. Just in that understanding subsidies section, we see the 8.7 million nonprofits, 35 million to kind of the ABCs. It's mostly directed by council. There's no real like formal application process as you outlined. And then you mentioned the idea to kind of get more of a grant-based model, which I think Councillor Stevenson was touching on, instead of just providing those subsidies. Can you go a little more detail on what you think that would kind of transition to?
I think that that would, so I can maybe talk at a high level, but it really gets into the details. So there's a number of different ways that funding flows. Again, some of it flows to ABCs, some of it flows to organizations as directed by council. And so often when that funding is flowing to organizations directed by council, it's generally for operating funding, sometimes multi-year, sometimes ongoing, et cetera. So I think if it was the will of council to move that into a program, what you would likely do is say, okay, this is how much we want to spend providing larger scale operational support to organizations, and create a program around that. We would then develop eligibility criteria in alignment with council's priorities and or CSWB, for example, and we would run that program to provide operating funding. Generally in large scale operating funding, I would recommend on a multi-year but not ongoing basis, where any organization that meets that criteria can apply. We adjudicate that according to the eligibility criteria and make recommendations for funding within a defined budget parameter based on that.
Great, that answers that. And just kind of going back just to the revenue for the department, obviously it's largely done by other levels of government coming in. And just if I got this correct, so like with our first address investor strategy and kind of our investment, that's how we get to that kind of 1 to 5 ratio, right? So I'm assuming that's going to be the kind of recommendation as we move forward in the next 4-year budget cycle to keep that same sort of strategy.
We've certainly seen that Edmonton has been highly successful in that first investor in. Often what we find in other orders of government, certainly the federal government, is when they launch a program, we don't get time to start thinking of ideas that might align with eligibility criteria, build that up, build the pro formas, et cetera, to put an application in. And even if we did, without having existing funding backing it, it really is challenging to be competitive for those investment dollars. So what we do is we have foresight on what is the provincial government, what is the federal government looking for in this space. We build our eligibility criteria accordingly, and then we have a line of shovel-ready projects ready to go when that funding becomes available. And that really is what spurred our 5-to-1 ratio.
Great, thank you. And then just kind of in the presentation, one of the levers outlined was redesigned services offered, right? So I take that as potentially looking at services in really both, the 15 million or around $15 million in the safe and healthy communities and neighborhood services. Because those are mainly funded through us and not really have any other levels of government support there. But I guess I'm just trying to analyze how those services, with the key outcomes you outlined, are pretty complex, right? So I'm just trying to say, like, how do we best assess that from kind of a budget side? And when we're looking at those things and kind of one of the levers that you put.
Yeah, so I would recommend that if it's the will of council to explore some of those, that council identify, hey, we're interested in this. We understand that it's a complex space. We'd like to know the implications. And then we could look at those particular services, identify what would the implications be of increasing or decreasing funding to those services, as well as different avenues for if it is the will of council to transition out, what that looks like. So again, with our domestic abuse high-risk team, we've been providing bridge funding to a community coalition that now provides these services in collaboration with the Edmonton Police Services. It has been very, very successful, really strong showing from our community, and we're in great conversations with the province. So it depends on a base by base in terms of exactly what it looks like. So I would look to direction of interest from council, and then can provide implications and routes accordingly.
Great, thank you. That's it for me.
Thank you very much. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I just want to follow up on my colleague, Councillor Wright. She talked about the roles of municipalities, and I'm assuming that we're funding services traditionally, I guess it falls under the mandate of the government. And how do we balance, I guess, like role creep in what we do? Because I know when I think about mental health and addictions, I think of the government. When I think of housing, I think of the government. How do we balance that role creep?
So I think there's a bunch of ways in which we do that. One is there have been a number of reports that have gone to council on jurisdiction, and what we find in particularly in social development spaces is it's not always so clear cut. There's not one order of government that solely is responsible for doing certain things, and even when there is, they often still rely again on that municipal context in order to effectively implement those things, again, which affect our city. So one is simply having ongoing strong relationships with our provincial and federal counterparts, as well as our First Nation government to governments, and understanding what they're experiencing and what their members are experiencing within Edmonton. So there's sort of that understanding piece. The other bit is sometimes we see the city, something emerge, and the city steps in to sort of provide that quick net. And then we do some, okay, we need to sort out who's gonna manage this ongoing. So the overnight shelter was a great example of that, right? The city went in, but the intention was not to do that ongoing. The intention was to ensure life safety of those who are most vulnerable, while we did some really heavy, strong work to sort out that jurisdictional alignment. So it looks different depending on the item, but it's ongoing intentionality.
Okay, thank you. I'll just ask this. Have we sunset or reduced funding due to poor performance, or on the flip side, increase funding due to great performance? Do you look at that aspect?
For those that we fund?
Yes.
Yes, absolutely. So as part of, we do a lot of work with our organizations in the outcome space, and we also get organizations working together. So for example, under the recent anti-racism grants, we're having all of those organizations come together and share their learning as part of continuous improvement. And so there's an ongoing calibration of what's working within the city, what's not, as we refresh those grants and we put them out on an ongoing basis. So we rarely provide ongoing funding on perpetuity. It really is within sort of a time-fenced space so that we can understand how are those things working, are they effective, and are there emerging things that may work better. So that's an ongoing part of our granting work.
Okay, thanks. And I guess in that same vein, do you look at the different agencies? Do you see any duplication of work? And if so, how do you address that?
Absolutely. So we address it in different ways. Sometimes we'll see within community organizations, multiple organizations wanting to do the same thing. And sometimes it's simply about brokering the connections. There's 7,000 not-for-profits in Edmonton. So it's not always reasonable to assume that every province has, or every entity has a finger on the pulse of what all the other entities are doing. So because we see the entire system, sometimes we do connections and say, hey, we noticed you're doing this and that you're doing this. Maybe you want to have a conversation. We do it through supporting collaborative grants. So rather than granting one, we're asking for organizations to come together to work collectively to reduce some of that competition and some of that overlap. And as well, at times we do a recommendation for maybe you should be pulling out, or you say you want to do this, but somebody already does it, so let's get a partnership going. So we manage it in many different ways depending on the situation.
Okay, thank you. I think I have enough room for one question. I'm going to put you on the spot for this one. Both ways. If we had to reduce your budget by 5 or 10%, have you started looking at areas that you would have to cut? But on the flip side, if we were to, I'll say, increase your budget 5 or 10%, have you looked at areas that you could use the funding? Or is it too early to tell for that right now?
I would say too early to state the exact areas. We do an ongoing assessment. We're having service package conversations right now in terms of where is there more need, et cetera. As well, we're always having conversations of where should budget be realigned, et cetera. So that is an ongoing part, but I think it would be premature to share that in this particular meeting.
Thank you very much. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you very much. So thank you for the presentation. I want to continue along some of that line of questioning because I think it's really important. Cause it's difficult to justify to some of the public sometimes the utility of these investments because they don't see the clear line between the investment and the return on the investment. And I'm wondering, is there a way that we can start quantifying that a little bit better so that we can show the work, like, listen, every dollar invested here, this is what the result is in expenses avoided when it comes to these social development concerns?
It's a complex space. There's certainly work in this space regarding social return on investment. You know, reports like the Ambrose report are a great example. What we are doing within the community safety and well-being framework, again, we have our 7 pillars. We now have strategies that are upholding those pillars, and we're developing evaluation strategies for each of the strategies they're under. So that can help us have a better conversation around impact and the narrative to this is our outcome, therefore we're doing this, and this is the impact that we're having. The costs avoided can be difficult. We can do some more work there. We also have funding leveraged, again, is a conversation that we have, and we're increasingly looking at, I spent quite a bit of time in economic development, and so we're bringing in a stronger alignment of understanding the work that we do here, what is the actual economic impact of that within our city, because again, those are not separate, those are interconnected.
Yeah, okay, thank you, that's great. And then there's the conversation around jurisdiction, and that always gets a little messy. Because if we step up to fill what we see as a gap, we can get reprimanded by not staying in our lane. But if we don't step up and we see things just worsening or not being addressed, the public gets mad at the city for not doing something. And the case in point would be, some of the social disturbances in downtown Chinatown on transit and things like that, where we have certain levers, but we don't have the levers that would actually solve these issues. And so I think the public needs to hear this more and more, and maybe not just from the politicians, but more from the people who are actually doing the work so that they can see it's not pointing fingers or a political game, it's just legislative reality. How would you respond to that?
I'm not quite sure what the question is. I think
Well, okay, let me put it more clearly. When a question was asked about, some of these issues, the answer was, it overlaps. Well, of course it overlaps. But legislatively, there still are some pretty clear ways that overlap may be minimal. And yet we don't really make that clear.
Yeah,
so it gives the impression that it's a equally shared responsibility, and legislatively, it certainly is not.
Yeah, that's fair. And I think that's part of the communications and clarifying the municipal role. I think getting to this place of sort of decoupling jurisdiction and municipal role is fairly new for the city of Edmonton. And so we have this conversation quite often with partners, organization partners, et cetera, helping them to understand what are we doing at the table here, what is appropriate, and how, again, do we work to help influence, partner with, collaborate with other orders of government. And so I think we need to do more of that because it also helps us all be more effective when we know what is our role in this space and how do we work together. So I absolutely hear you and look forward to more of those conversations as we go forward.
Yeah, and case in point, we all get in our inboxes questions from residents who are saying, hey, listen, why is there all this social disturbance in the streets? Why aren't you fixing it? And for us to say, well, listen, here's how it lays out, it sounds like we're trying to pass the buck. We're not. If the province gave us the authority to fix these things, we would start fixing them today. And so that's sort of the issue. And so I guess I'm just saying in our communications, we certainly are not making that clear on the city side.
And those are fair points. And I think, as Stacey's talked about, being a partner and a convener, we are the closest to the reality that we see on our streets. And we provide the data. We do the needs assessment. And that kind of information is critical in bringing people together to help us solve the problem. Understanding complexity is not just one person solves it. It takes a village, literally. And I think we have been exceptionally effective at our administrative partnerships with all orders of government.
I appreciate that answer, but it literally just illustrates what I was saying.
Thank you, Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you for this. Yeah, I guess I look at your slide number 11 around the roles. And I think that's kind of how I've wrapped my head around what is the city's role in all these really complex social development issues. And I think this one convening in particular, I think interests me because I think that is something we're good at. And if I think about the drug overdose crisis, when I think about mental health and the public safety pieces, we do play that role. What percentage would you say of the work out of social development is convening?
Sorry, could you please repeat that question? You just cut out at the end.
What percentage of social development's work would you say is convening?
Oh, is convening.
Yeah.
I would really be pulling a percentage out of the air, to be honest. And there's different ways that we think of convening. There's convening the community. There's convening with other orders of government. But convening is the basis, and that intelligence we have from that is the basis of everything else. So I'm not sure I would be comfortable throwing a number out of the air on that, Councillor Tang.
What percentage of the work of social development would you say is like granting? Because I think that's pretty sizable.
Yeah, so I mean, one of our 6 sections is dedicated to community investment, so that maybe gives you that indicator of that 20% give or take. But again, that includes the designing of programs, actual delivery of programs, compliance, monitoring, reporting, evaluation, working with different entities or granting entities that are getting funding to help build continuous improvement, all those sorts of things.
And so like convening, coordinating is across the board then? Whereas
That's right.
investing like 20%.
Yeah, we convene in community investment. Of course, neighborhoods, it would be no surprise, are convening all day, every day within neighborhoods, social and healthy communities, as well as affordable housing. On the social planning and policy front, they convene specific tables formally. They convene with other orders of government, and they bring folks together informally as well. So really, and Indigenous relations, of course, is convening and bringing folks together is the heart of all the work that we do. You know, I'm not sure a percentage really makes sense for me in that respect, but it's something that we do across the entire branch.
Okay, well, I think on the neighborhood convening, maybe I have a bit different understanding of that. So I want to ask about the research aspect and engagement aspect. Hosting lived experience tables, this is the first time I'm hearing about it. Can you just share more about how many tables has it been? Is this civic issues across the board? How have they been going? Because I know previously we tried to have these types of mechanisms through, say, End Poverty, and it actually did not take off.
Yeah, we do lived experience work on issue-specific areas, but also, as you noted, across. So I will look to see, we have a number of our directors on the table who, or on the board here, who may be able to provide some additional information there.
We do lived experience engagement and tables across the board on all the work that we are doing. We are building up some of the tables that we would like to create, but mainly ours is engagement on the Indigenous framework side. I apologize.
And
That's okay.
Councillor Tang, the director who generally coordinates this is not available today, so we can get you more information on that offline if that is your desire.
Okay, yeah, because I'm not sure if this is, for example, if you're referencing some of the research done as part of the affordable housing needs assessment, or is it something out like different from things that are embedded in a pretty, pretty sizable project? Or is it something we're doing on an ongoing basis? And I think, yeah, Kirsten, I'm assuming you're kind of the ongoing Indigenous Center engagement. So I understand that, but the lived experience tables this is the first time I'm hearing of it. So anyways, thank you.
Councillor Tang, one of the examples, oh, sorry, your time's up, but one of the examples is our community mental health has a lived experience table, and we're working with them quite closely.
Thank you. Councillor Morgan?
Thanks. Just going over the NRCs, I heard you say the NRCs track trends to find gaps, which is something I didn't know they did actually all the years I've known them, but so that's very cool. But can you give me examples of what those gaps, what they're finding these days, or is that something you can speak to?
I mean, we're seeing a lot in the various pressures across the city. So certainly affordability is a big trend that we are watching. We watch the poverty rates, et cetera, core housing need, gaps on a more granular basis from wait times, for example, for affordable housing. So we monitor across the entire system. So is there something more specific?
Is that through the community league stuff, or is that outside of their NRCs community league work?
For all monitoring of trends?
Yeah, the NRC's doing. We're talking about neighborhood resource coordinators with community leagues, right?
Sorry, perhaps I misunderstood the question. Could you repeat?
The neighborhood resource coordinators, right? We're talking about those folks there. Are they doing work outside of the community leagues?
They work within communities as well as with community leagues.
Okay, cool. So are they tracking trends through the community leagues too, or like the gaps there, or no?
Oh yes, absolutely. That's work that we have ongoing. We have a number of motions actually directed by council right now to look at, for example, life cycle of the community league buildings, as well as looking at more broader scale use, demand, indicators, et cetera. So that work is ongoing and will be coming forward to council this year.
Okay, cool. So how are we working together with organizations like EFCL to address those?
Hand in hand with EFCL. Yeah, that's a shared project.
Okay, cool. And I guess the same with IAS too. Would that be correct or no?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
In all the meetings.
Yeah. What kind of conversations do you have about building infrastructure, I guess, in that respect?
So, I think that we're looking at many of the community leagues are community-owned buildings on city land. And so the community leagues are responsible for maintaining their buildings. But of course, there's sort of a long-term liability consideration for the city. So the city provides limited funding support for investments into infrastructure through the Community League Infrastructure Grant. But largely the onus of that maintenance and ongoing repair lies with the Community League. So we work with EFCL to sort of understand what's happening in the maintenance space. Of course, there were life safety considerations and assessments that were done that were brought forward to council. And we work with IAS and ourselves as sort of the relationship holder with EFCL to support their ongoing assessment and response to those needs.
Is that infrastructure gap widening for those?
I think that so a lot of the community leagues were built some time ago. So again, there was a report that recently came to council. We can forward that forward to you if you're interested in looking at it, that looks at the assessment across the leagues, what state are each of them in. But a lot of them are aging, and so we're having to address that as a city. And again, we're doing that collaboratively with EFCL and the community leagues.
All right.
And that report is coming in June.
Excellent, thanks. Talked a little bit about community-led engagement too, and I was just curious about, it feels like sometimes we're like doubling up on the work, or we're doing extra work than we need to when we don't rely on community leagues to, I think 100 years ago when we started this whole thing with community leagues in the city, I saw it as something that, I wasn't there, but I saw it as something that people, we kind of empower communities to have that voice. Do we still see that as a form of engagement? Is there value?
Yes, absolutely. Again, we work with community leagues, we work with EFCL on a very regular basis, capacity gaps to help make connections between organizations at a community level, as well as to bring intelligence back to the city. And so our neighborhood resource coordinators, again, they track data, they look at specific neighborhood profiles to understand what's going on in their neighborhood, what's going on over time. So that's part of the everyday work of that team.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford.
Thank you. I'm going to kind of pick up on the same line of questioning as Councillor Morgan. One of the principles within the council's priorities and focus areas is relationship driven. And while I do understand that in many ways, social development leads the way in being a model for that across the organization, we definitely hear of spaces where, where communities, when they have ideas or aspirations, get a no instead of a yes. And how do we make it happen? So is there discussions in your branch and thinking about, efficiencies going forward into the next 4-year budgets on how we can make things easier and how we can get to yes a lot more on community aspirations?
Yeah, so community, again, we have 7,000 not-for-profits across the city. We have a great number of neighborhoods. We're looking at things from a district perspective. And so we are definitely trying to facilitate communities' goals and helping them get there. We have a dedicated team right now of community navigators that can come in through social development through a no wrong door approach to accessing the city. Oftentimes when we have communities or entities within community who are looking to do something, social development, we control very few of the levers. Some of those levers are elsewhere in the city, some of them are other orders of government, and we're looking to make those connections and continually having conversations about streamlining those. So I know that there are conversations in that space from an infrastructure standpoint. I know we have conversations in that space from a bylaw perspective. It's part of, I think, the work that everybody in the city wants to do. Of course, we always have to balance fiscal responsibility, legal responsibility, all of those things with a desire to move forward. But I think that is a conversation that this administration is here for.
Yeah, and I think what I'm reflecting is that that conversation isn't ongoing. It needs to be more focused leading into this 4-year budget, because what I would want to hear from social development, because I know, for example, you rely on being the point person for the city, and then often other departments are involved. If there's areas that are preventing NRCs from helping entities that they're working with achieve their aspirations, and there's barriers there, they're the first point, in my opinion, to identify those so that we can have that broader conversation about, are these actual necessary barriers? Do they actually have a purpose, such as legal protection? And if so, what is the risk level we're willing to tolerate? Vice versa, on if it's just something historical over time that we've done and we continue to do it that way. Are those conversations happening? And will there be identifiable shifts in our relational approaches going forward?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for that clarification. And Neighborhood Services does have a neighborhood priorities table that hosts just such discussions on trends that we're seeing. Again, there's a lot of considerations that the city has, whether they be financial, whether they be sort of our responsibility to, whether it's bound up in council bylaws, all those sorts of things. So we do have the table, the formal mechanisms as well as the informal mechanisms through which we have those discussions and try to continually improve as a city.
Yeah, and I think just the same, I'd welcome the conversation on any policies or bylaws that are creating barriers to community aspirations and goals being achieved, the same way that we're having that conversation on cost drivers under capital and other things like that. So I just want to put that out there that I welcome the identifying those and having broader conversations about whether those are still serving us.
That's great to hear, Councillor Rutherford. We welcome that too.
Perfect. And my last question is, where does evaluation sit? Like, do we have key point people under the data team that do collective impact evaluation?
Yeah, so it sits in a number of different areas. Right now, Councillor Rutherford, we have a specific data and evaluation team that sits within Safe and Healthy Communities. We also have evaluation folks that tend to focus a little bit more on the programmatic evaluation within community investment. We have a evaluation specialist that focuses on that higher level community impact evaluation that's come over from CSWB that's operating in my office right now to help us advance that work, as well as connect to sort of the operational strategic level evaluations and program evaluations. And we have evaluators with specific Indigenous evaluation expertise in Indigenous Relations Office and with a housing specialty in the housing team. So they operate across the team as sort of a cohort in addition to supporting their specific files.
Thank you very much. Did the list reset? I thought I had seen. Councillor, is it now Councillor Salvador? Yeah, okay, thank you. There we go. Let's go to Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, really appreciate the presentation and all the questions so far. Just coming back to the slide that talks about cost drivers specifically, I guess looking at that list, are we noticing or seeing any easing or relief in any of those areas? And in particular, I just wanted to ask about kind of that final bullet around the increased pressures that Edmonton's seeing, as just given our position in Alberta as a health and corrections service hub. Are we seeing greater understanding of that reality?
I've been here 3.5 years now, so not the longest time when it comes to city tenure, but I've been in Edmonton a long time at the federal government and at the provincial government. I see increasing work between the orders of government that I have not seen before, to the point where, I'll get a text from an ADM when something is happening or they're seeing something. We're on that continuous conversation basis. So that's really encouraging to hear. But I think right now we have a lot of things happening globally. We have some things happening nationally. We're working within a provincial context and a local context, and those things are ever shifting. It would be unsurprising to anybody in front of me here or listening online that affordability is something that is rapidly, an environment that is rapidly changing. And so while we have that increasing collaboration, which is really great, there were recently some fantastic workshop conversations with all orders of government around human trafficking, around reintegration of individuals coming out of incarceration facilities. So those are all really positive signals that the right people are around the table having the conversations that we need to have. But the world is a tough place right now. So would I say easing or not? I would say it is dynamic and something that we need to continuously, rigorously monitor.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess just on coming back to Edmonton's position regionally, within the province, within Canada, are there specific, I guess, actions that you can share that you've seen that are, indicating that there is that recognition that we are facing different challenges and more, I'll say, an accumulation of pressures that maybe other cities might not?
Yeah, I'll just use an example. Carfentanil is a really big issue in Edmonton, and it is more of an issue in Edmonton than we are seeing anywhere else. And the impact of that is on individuals, it's on neighborhoods, it's on communities, and it's on health, and it's on justice, and it's on, a lot of different spaces. And so right now, that is a very acute issue. We are having regular conversations, again, with all orders of government. We have conversations that include deputy ministers across the provincial government on a very regular basis on this, on drug overdose response, all of these areas. I think the lean-in that we're seeing from the provincial government on recovery is really encouraging. I had the opportunity very recently to tour the recovery centres as well as the therapeutic living units in the correctional facilities that have been stood up by the provincial government, pre and post recovery temporary housing that we have here in Edmonton and the supports around it. And it's incredible to see this amount of movement in this space in such a short period of time. So all of that is positive, but we also need to think about what happens when folks are coming out of the recovery communities. Do we have the supports across the entire system to make sure that the gains that are made there can be sustainable? So, you know, again, I think we're seeing significant progress in some of these highly critical areas, but carfentanil isn't an easily solved challenge in our city, and it's something that won't be solved overnight.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I guess thinking about sort of that system coordination and understanding where some of those gaps are that, you know, we might have good programs that help people in sort of a bounded, time-limited space, but then there are cracks in between those. How are we feeling about our role as a coordinator, convener across that spectrum, I guess?
So I think that's the sweet spot for the city, quite frankly. And again, that looks different than it does in Edmonton. So as I noted, I've been at the provincial government, I've been at the federal government, and I think it's unreasonable to assume that there's a great amount of folks sitting around there thinking at every day exactly what is this going to like in Edmonton, and are we doing it exactly right? So that's where we step in to say, okay, we see, you know, where you're trying to go. We think there's really positive action happening here, but we are worried perhaps about what happens when, and what about this transition. And that's when we can facilitate, for example, the reintegration summit that we just held. We got funding from the federal government to support bringing together all levels of government and leaders in that area to say, okay, so, you know, we've got things happening in the correctional facilities, but in that moment between coming out of correctional facilities and reintegrating into the community and the supports, how do we improve some of that handoff? And there's all sorts of reasons why that is challenging, but why we need to work together.
Thank you. Councillor Palmer?
Thank you, Mayor Knack, and thank you for the presentation. I think by the questions you can see that this is something that touches a lot of us in our wards, and so there were lots of feedback around that. Can you actually tell me what the split is from our 80-20 for FCSS? Like, what is the actual split that we are paying?
Yes, so I will pass that over to either Angela from Finance on the line or Judy, who is our Director of Community Investment.
Hi, Councillor Parmar. Thanks for the question. Judy Smith. Our contribution, I think, is around $6 million of our 20%. And as was stated before, we do report beyond that, just because the programs and services within our branch meet the eligibility. So we get the $2.3 million from the province and approximately $6 million we report of current programs and services that meet the eligibility requirements.
Okay, but it's not actually 80-20, right? And so I'm just wondering, what is the actual split? Because when I looked at the numbers, it was like we were at 68% or something when I was looking at the operating. Do we actually have a split of do you know what I'm trying to say? Is like, do we actually have a split of how much we are actually paying for FCSS compared to what the province is paying, and what percentage does that look like?
Okay, so I think I understand the question. The question is on what we report on for our contribution and what they provide, what is that actual ratio? So I think the team would probably have to go away to look at that. Again, it is important to note that when we say our contribution to FCSS, it's not just for FCSS, that's work that we do that is eligible under the criteria for in-kind contribution.
Yeah, and I think for me, it's just to try to understand like what that actual split is. If it's 80-20 and we're paying, you know, 90-10, then that's something that we can have a conversation with, because, you know, I sit on the Alberta Municipalities Board as well, and we constantly talk about how FCSS funding could be improved, but we don't actually come with the numbers of what we actually are paying. And so we talk a lot about filling the gap, and by us contributing more to FCSS, that is filling a lot of the gaps between all of the government and our mandates. So it would be great to have that as a follow-up.
Councillor Parmar,
Sure.
So Harm from Financial Services here. So 23.3 million is the FCSS funding, and our contribution, like how much we put towards that, is 5.8 million, as Judy said, around 6 million. So that's around 25% of
But
the total funding.
I think
And it's
if
how much, yeah, it's how much we leverage of that funding for our own costs.
Yeah, I think what she's asking is what we report on. So we reported on 100 or 11 million last year. So that would be approximately 30%. So we reported 11 million, we received 23.3 million, so approximately 30% contribution.
Okay, but overall, in terms of what we're spending on what we would consider, like FCSS is just a bucket of funding, but what we would actually pay for what we are paying for those preventative services, I'm just wondering what that number is, and do we actually capture that with all of our programs together? Does that make sense? What I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I think it would be good for us to maybe follow up on this because
Okay.
I think that the eligibility criteria for FCSS is slightly more limited than total preventative activities, and so I think there's some nuance here that we could perhaps take offline.
Okay, great. And then there was just a conversation about 7,000 not-for-profits. In other conversations, we've been using the number 12,000. Is 7,000 the number that we're funding, or how are you getting that 7,000 number?
So the 7,000 number was from a report that was done a couple of years ago. You may have a slightly updated number. I don't use that as a exact number, et cetera, but sort of the realm of magnitude that we see within Edmonton. So I would be interested in where you're getting your number.
Yeah.
We can cross-reference that to see if that's more updated than mine.
Somewhere at executive committee. So do we know if the not-for-profits we support have other revenue streams? So when we are giving out money, I'm just wondering if we ask that question.
I believe we do, but I will have that confirmed by Judy, who is our Director of Community Investment.
Thanks for the question, Councillor Palmer. Yes, we're encouraging people to have diverse funding opportunities. And so that's something we look at when we're looking for a strength over governance, is that people are looking for other opportunities, and we try to provide support to them if we're the only funder.
Thank you.
Thank you. Did you want to move another round?
So moved.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Salvador. Please vote for another round.
Yes, for me.
Thank you, Councillor Tang.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Morgan. Just waiting on one vote. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 13-0. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. Just picking up on that, the collaboration of the nonprofits in that, do we have space available for them to collaborate, either to come together for meetings or for storage of materials and things that they have?
There are all sorts of ways in which that is facilitated. Sometimes we're coming together in person. Of course, in this virtual environment, we don't always need to come together in person. Sometimes it's a large event bringing lots of folks together. So certainly there's a lot of different ways and spaces in which we connect with not-for-profits and convene across the city.
Okay, but for them to collaborate amongst themselves, is there space? Is there city space, facilities, buildings?
Absolutely, we do this all the time.
Okay, and how do we get them connected with that space?
So
And I'm talking permanent space, not just to come for a meeting.
So I think to have a permanent space, there's all sorts of different ways in which different organizations convene on different items. And so it's not necessarily like there's a group of 10 that only work together. Again, these are complex spaces, and depending on which part of our work or which part of their work we're talking about, we're connecting with different individuals. So we certainly have spaces such as the Edmonton Intercultural Centre, where you see a lot of different organizations working together. There are times when we are bringing folks together for retreats. The Northeast Park is a great place where we see community coming together. We were recently at Bison Lodge. So I think it is situationally dependent, and if you have folks who are interested and needing that kind of direction or support, sending them our team is a great start.
Okay, I will do that. Watch out for the emails. Because that's what I hear from a lot of community groups, that they don't have that space to coordinate and collaborate. So, and I'm talking physical space. You talked about, or you mentioned in your presentation, about funding for the guns and gangs. Does that flow through then to EPS, or what is it we're doing with that funding?
So there's a number of different initiatives that are supported through that funding. We have Connie, who is Acting Director for Safe and Healthy Communities on the line, and maybe Connie can speak to a little bit where that BSCF funding is going.
Hi, yes. Thank you for the question. Primarily, those funds did go to different community groups and organizations that had applied through our regular granting process. One of those is a partnership in particular with EPS.
Okay, so, and does EPS fund any of that? Like, I know there was a Guns and Gangs presentation at Meadows Rec Center last year. So that would be.
Apologies, that would be my understanding, but EPS would be better equipped to respond to where they are allotting some of their funding to or where they're achieving it from.
We can't ask them about operational funding. Okay. Okay, my other question is, again, dealing with, I guess, infrastructure, the renewal. You said that the City of Edmonton contributed $5 million to renewal of housing, and the province contributed $5.5 million of city-owned housing? Or, and I think you're talking Savita and that, right?
Yes, if you'd like some more clarity on that, we have Ryan, who is Acting Director for Affordable Housing and Homelessness on the line, and he can speak to that split on renewal funding.
Okay, and my other question, though, related to that then, is how much is the province contributing to renewal of, like, GEF housing that they own? So I'll let you answer.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. In regards to the Savita renewal, that was an opportunity that the city had back in 2022, where CMHC had provided the city $19.55 million towards the renewal of city asset. And part of that contribution, the city will and the province will have to provide some funding towards the additional funding required to complete the project. So the 5.5 million comes from the province to support the overall construction of the project, which is to renovate about 882 Savita operated sites on behalf of the City of Edmonton. This is a city asset that the Savita provides services to operate.
And the provincially owned sites through GEF, who funds the renewal on those?
So in terms of the senior lodge, most of the GEF senior lodge are funded through lodge accommodation charges, where the provincial government provide a per diem cost. And as per the minister order, the city has responsibility to provide operating and capital towards those senior lodge. And these are all based on the minister order requirements.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
You know, I'm realizing I think my question is probably best in private,
Great.
I'm afraid.
Councillor Tang, we'll come back to you right after.
Thanks.
Just a quick follow-up on the Guns and Gangs from Councillor Wright. The way that manifested for the City of Edmonton is the Building Safer Communities grant, right?
Sorry, Councillor Tang, it's Connie Marciniak for Chelsea Horlack. Yes, that's correct. That was primarily through grants.
And then like a separate stream went to EPS for the work that they're doing.
I do believe that they had their own granting source, yes.
Right, okay, so they're two separate things, and then we were managing that. And then, but I think in the presentation, this was a one-time funding, is that correct?
That's correct.
What kind of conversations are we having with the federal government for that? I'm asking because of, you know, council priority around safety and violence prevention underneath that. And I understand Blueprint for Violence Prevention had its own kind of granting, but I'm wondering what other sources are we looking at to prolong that or to make it more sustainable?
So it's Connie Marciniak again. We have been in conversations with Public Safety Canada to see what other funding opportunities that continue to exist through that area.
Are there?
We have sort of received a small grant quite recently to support some crime prevention and community safety projects, and we're hoping that there will be additional dollars in the future.
But I think that serves a very different goal compared to the Guns and Games program, right?
That's correct. There are various at various times. There's different federal programs that are available, but we're in constant communication with the federal government on funding that's available. We do strong reviews of all the budget releases, both at provincial and federal levels, to identify opportunities, and as well we look at both of our investment plans and intergovernmental strategies related to the strategies we're putting forward that feed into our advocacy at other orders of government.
Okay. Can you remind me if violence prevention was one of the budget asks? Federally, I mean?
Sorry, could you state that question again, please?
Can you remind me, can you remind me if violence prevention was one of the budget asks as part of our advocacy package?
I'm not sure if we have somebody from intergovernmental in the room, so we may have to get back to you on that, Councillor Tang.
Yeah, no problem. And I think, if there is a way for future consideration as part of provincial, I'd like to see that as well. Anyways, I will leave it there. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson, did you want to move to go into private?
Yes, I realize one question
Go ahead
can be
first.
in public.
Yeah,
I will
ask that
split
and then
my
you can move
5
to,
minutes.
no
Yeah.
problem.
Just looking at the approach to grants, I know that what we consistently hear from nonprofit organizations is sort of the burden of grant applications, the challenge of only having year-to-year funding. I know that's in tension with some of the monitoring that we want to be doing, but just wondering if administration is considering a different approach to granting moving forward, multi-year grants, and what we're thinking about in terms of some of just the broad operating funding that we provide to organizations.
Yes, we certainly are. Actually, well-timed. I'm not quite ready to release those, but I think that moving to the strategic approach that we've moved to, where we have strategies, again, supporting the pillars, and we understand councils for your priorities, I think quite clearly now, that provides us different opportunities and options in terms of how we administer our grants. So we're actively exploring those.
Okay, great. And is that coming back as part of our budget conversations or just as another update, or?
I think we just require direction from council in terms of the budgets that we have available, and then it's within our purview administration in how we administer those budgets over time.
Okay, great. Well, I'll move that we go into.
We'll just wait, if that's okay. We'll do Councillor Parmar and then she can move to go into private after. Councillor Parmar?
Thank you, Mayor Knack. I had a question around that one portal approach in terms of, how much funding is going into that, who's leading it, and how broad is the portal that we're building?
So right now on the portal side, the one portal for applications, that's largely in the housing space. So again, recognizing that it's great for us to be first investor in, but then we are waiting around for other orders of government sometimes to come to the table. And so we're collaboratively trying to work at bringing those pieces together with the provincial and federal government. How much money is in that depends, quite frankly, on what budgets are available on a year-to-year basis at the provincial and federal level. We know that the federal government is making significant investments in particular affordable housing and housing right now, so that presents an extraordinary opportunity to, I think, accelerate that initiative.
Okay, so I understood it as, like all of our not-for-profits would be going through this granting stream and using this portal, but I think my understanding is now that this is mainly for housing.
Yeah, mainly for housing, and it's not so much a technology tool as a portal process.
Okay.
So looking at collectively at those
like a one window approach then kind of thing?
Yeah, that would probably be an appropriate description.
Oh, okay. Okay, so it's not an IT solution.
No.
Okay, thank you for that. And then I wanted to ask about undersubscribed grants, because when I was, in the community league space, there was like a lot of CLIP grants that were undersubscribed. Has that trajectory changed?
So I will ask Judy on CLIPs specifically. I would say we have a greater and growing issue with oversubscription than undersubscription, but on CLIPs specifically, either I'll look to Rochelle or Judy.
Hi, Councillor Parmar, it's Judy. No, I don't think we have an under subscription anymore because we've got our eligibility and requirements are more focused now for the grant programs. We're not seeing any of our programs being undersubscribed. We're seeing them being actually oversubscribed in every space right now.
Okay, that's good to know. Thank you. And I will move that we go into private.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Wright. Please vote to go into private.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Elliott. We'll mark him absent. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0. We'll take a few team down for 3. So we'll have them ready to go. And so right at 1:30 that will get started. And then upon completion of that, we'll move on to the item 311, which is the community recreation and culture item. And we postponed the item 313, which we'll start discussing, I think, tomorrow. So just to go through agenda management, but we'll reconvene. Sorry, are we in public? The light's off, so I should just make sure. I should say it out loud in case we're good. Okay, so in case people didn't hear, we're going to take our recess right now, and we'll be coming back at 1:30, starting immediately on item 3.10, and then finishing the branch presentations at 3.11. So we're on recess till 1:30. Thanks, everyone. correct order. I'll start with a roll call. Councillor Principe, I think, mentioned they'll be just a few minutes behind there.
Hello,
Oh,
sorry,
look at that. Nope.
I did make it on time,
Look
thank
at
you.
that. Thanks, Councillor Principe. Councillor Morgan?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councillor Jans?
Orlick Park is open.
We knew that, but yeah, thank you for the reminder. Did people forget? Okay. Councillor Rutherford?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councillor Clark.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councillor Tang.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councillor Parmar. Good afternoon. Oh, look at that. Oh, that was great. Well done. Great entrance. Councillor Paquette. Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councillor Elliott.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, and Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Fantastic. Okay, so we are back, and now we're on the community standards presentation. So whenever you're ready, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. You will now have our presentation for Community Standards Branch. David Jones, our Chief Bylaw Enforcement Officer and Branch Manager for Community Standards, will take you through this presentation.
Thanks very much. Thanks for the introduction, Jen. Good morning, everyone, or good afternoon, everyone. Our goal today is to provide a clear factual baseline for our operations as we approach the 2027 to 2030 budget cycle. We want to ensure that you have the data necessary to make informed decisions, policy decisions regarding the safety and standards of our public spaces. To that end, I have my leadership team here with me virtually to answer any questions you may have following the presentation. Next slide, please. Community standards is an essential part of our city's livability and safety. We work with Edmontonians to protect collective community standards and enable thriving public spaces. As we grow to a city of 2 million, we will continue to see changes in our communities, and adapting to Edmontonians' needs is consistently top of mind. On the screen are some of the highlights and changes we've seen in the last year, which we monitor on an ongoing basis. With 434 of our officers responding, let me start over. With 434 FTEs, our officers responded to nearly 250,000 complaints and investigations in 2025. We are ensuring safe travels for residents with over 68,000 transit peace officer dispatched events and over 1,300 inspections on commercial vehicles. We are also protecting those without a voice, handling 1,650 Animal Protection Act events, a 14% decrease from 2024, and caring for over 5,300 animals at our Animal Care and Control Center through the course of the year. I do have to note 2 corrections on this slide. For the Animal Protection Act files, it should show a negative 14% rather than a positive 14%. That's great news. And additionally, a 1 was missed in the representation of snow and ice investigations. It should read 12,000 and change and not just 2,000. Whether managing 11,000 encampment complaints or enforcing collective community standards, every action is about maintaining the safety and standards of our community. Next slide, please. The Community Standards Branch fits into the overall corporate structure as a branch under the Community Services Department. Community Standards animates as a frontline branch. Our mandate is to enable thriving public spaces and protect collective community standards. We do this through 2 core engines, bylaw and provincial act enforcement, covering everything from transit safety to business licensing, and the operation of our Animal Care and Control Center. We manage 5 distinct service lines. On the enforcement side, it's about public safety, ensuring animal welfare, addressing social disorder, and ensuring compliance through our peace officers and municipal enforcement teams. On the environmental side, our wildlife management approach is strictly data-informed and science-based, balancing urban ecology with public safety. So let's talk about the people doing the work. We have just over 434 full-time equivalents, or FTEs. We can see the FTE distribution across our 2 budget programs. Animal Care accounts for over 156 FTEs, reflecting the staff required to run our Animal Care and Control Center and some of our enforcement contingent. Enforcement and Program Services has 277 and change FTEs, with the remainder of our enforcement teams as well as our trainers, logistics, data analytics, and dispatch. Regarding our overall workforce, our branch is over 94% unionized, with over 411 FTEs, 4.6% management with 20 FTEs, and 0.7 out of scope with just over 3 FTEs. Reasonably aligned when you compare this to the corporate-wide composition of 89%, 4.3%, and 6.5%. Our management span of control is about 21 to 1. Under our operating budget revenues, we have a revenue target for pet licensing of $3.6 million annually. These revenues directly support our operations at the Animal Care and Control Center. While the city collects the full licensing amount for the majority of licensees, we also recognize that reductions in costs for seniors and those on income supports supports equitable access to the pet licensing program. For the targeted social subsidy, we have 5,100 subsidized pet licenses, and they cost the city just over $82,000, or 2.2% of that annual target. Seniors and people on income support may qualify for a 50% reduction in license fees for one spayed or neutered pet per residence. But when the new Animal Care and Control bylaw takes effect in May of this year, this subsidy will expand to include all spayed and neutered pets in the residence. In addition to the targeted social subsidies, the Community Standards Branch has 3 organizational subsidy types: animal care and wildlife, cleanliness and business vitality, otherwise known as our Capital City Cleanup Program, and social support. First, animal welfare and environmental stewardship includes 3 different subsidies: the Edmonton Humane Society, or EHS, Wild North, and the Animal Rescue Fund. Our partnership with the Edmonton Humane Society is $760,000 annually. This amount covers animal transfers and the PALS, or Prevent Another Litter Subsidy Program, for low-income residents. The EHS funding agreement is up for renewal in 2026, and it is expected that this cost might increase due to ongoing service demands and inflation. Our partnership with Wild North is $150,000 annually and funds wildlife rescue, their helpline, and training for city park rangers. The Animal Rescue Fund, or ARF, is $30,000 annually, and these are small-scale grants up to $2,000 for medical and behavioral care for rescues. Second, BIA and community cleanliness initiatives includes 4 different subsidies, all managed within the Capital City Cleanup Program. The litter reduction funding grant is $325,000 annually and provides $25,000 to all 13 BIAs and focuses on litter and needle cleanup via social enterprises, which provide employment to marginalized groups while improving commercial district hygiene. The BIA Enhancement Services Grant is $850,000 annually and is relatively new grant, approved in the 2024 fall supplemental operating budget adjustments. This grant specifically excludes Center City BIAs and is targeted at the remaining 10 BIAs. It covers graffiti, needles, outreach, and security, and ensures equity across BIAs not covered by the Center City Optimization Plan. The social enterprise contract is $100,000 annually and is concentrated in downtown and Chinatown for power washing and intensive cleaning. The community cleanup grant is $50,000 annually and provides between $1,000 and $1,300 per event for big bin disposal events hosted by community leagues and nonprofits. And I'll clarify that this does not include any of the big bin events that are hosted by Waste Services. Finally, social support includes our partnership with Bentaro Traditional Healing Society for our Community Outreach on Transit Team, or COT, and is $700,000 annually for outreach services, continuing our shift towards proactive community-led intervention in transit spaces. Now that you have an overview of our budget kind of overall, I'll break down our 2026 budget in some finer detail. The Community Standards Branch primarily focuses on the delivery of bylaw and provincial act enforcement, including community standards, transit safety, and business licensing compliance, as well as the management and operation of the Animal Care and Control Center, which includes veterinary care for lost and seized pets and administering pet licensing. The branch's net operating budget requirement for 2026 is $64.2 million, with a total expenditure budget of $69.7 million. Personnel costs make up the largest portion of expenses at 71.6% or $50 million. Non-personnel expenditures account for 28.4% of the budget, totaling $19.7 million. This category is primarily made up of external services, materials and equipment, utilities, and other internal service costs and fleet services. Our cost drivers are related to demand for animal care and enforcement services, which includes proactive and reactive enforcement, the number and severity of events, dated technology and records management systems, contract and supply inflation, as well as the need to maintain minimum staffing levels for safety purposes. External factors such as provincial political changes or legislation, the economy, and weather-related events also impact the cost of our operations. In this branch, service means people. Whether it is a peace officer on a transit platform or an animal care attendant looking after one of the animals in our care, the costs are directly tied to highly visible service levels. As the city grows, council directs how and when we change our public spaces, when and where we add neighborhoods and density, and hears about perceptions of safety. All of these choices change service levels and operational pressures on these personnel lines. The branch operating budget is primarily funded by tax levy funding of $64.1 million or 92%, with a small amount of revenue and recoveries of $5.6 million or 8% from a combination of pet licensing, remedial contract work, and other cost recoveries. Generally, fine revenues are not returned to the branch to fund enforcement. Historically, the revenue from tickets is returned to corporate programs, the corporate program section, and does not offset operating expenses directly in the branch. The 2026 expenditure and revenue budget by program highlights how resources are allocated across community standards, along with the revenues that offset operating costs. There are two main sections that perform the key activities for the branch: animal care and enforcement and program service and enforcement and program services. The animal care budget program has $22.9 million in expenditures and $3.7 million in revenues, and includes branch-wide resources, animal care and park rangers, and the logistics and branch support section. The enforcement and program services is the largest budget program of the branch and has $46.8 million in expenditures and $0.7 million in revenues and recoveries. This budget program includes complaints and investigations, our bylaw services, and community standards peace officers. Community standards manages one capital profile with an overview on this slide. The budget of $3.5 million includes a replacement plan for equipment to ensure optimized performance in peace officer safety, customer service, animal care, and general operations. The equipment on a replacement cycle includes medical equipment for our animal care facility and mandatory peace officer equipment such as body armor. Many of these items are on a refresh cycle which cannot be altered or extended. Fleet vehicles are managed through the corporate capital profile, or, if new, purchases are transferred from our operating to this capital profile. The capital profile continues to be under pressure due to a growing city. In order to address these pressures and ensure officer safety and quality services, we have managed challenges in our capital renewal administratively by prioritizing purchases and, where required, reallocating operating funds, which can erode other operating needs on an ongoing basis. As a strategic monitoring point, we have identified that the capital budget challenges translates into three key risks: staff safety and ability to be deployed. Without safety equipment and fleet, our teams are unable to serve Edmontonians. Potential limitations on our animal care capacity, and ongoing procurement delays for fleet and inflation on equipment costs require us to continually monitor these items as financial stewards. These delays in logistics can impact hiring timelines and fleet availability. As we move forward, we will need to weigh the long-term sustainability of using operating dollars for capital needs against other infrastructure priorities, as these ongoing needs will continue to grow and compound as the team and our services grow. The branch's one remaining structural budget variance to completely resolve is a revenue gap in pet licensing. As mentioned, the annual revenue target is $3.6 million. The branch is tracking a $600,000 or 17% revenue gap in licensing. This is a decade-long trend influenced by the broader economy and a program and service review decision that I will highlight later. Despite a growing pet population, the licensing rate has been steadily declining over the past decade, in part due to financial considerations such as the rising cost of living that are driving people to choose not to license their pets, and lower licensing rates in the younger demographic of pet owners. Added to a historical misalignment between revenue targets and pet licensing numbers, this overall declining rate in licensing has exacerbated that revenue gap. Our team, however, has already taken action. Our 4E approach, educate, engage, encourage, and enforce, is starting to stabilize this issue. In 2024, we implemented a new approach to pet licensing, including proactive parks patrol, a dedicated licensing team, and social media campaigns focused on animal welfare. Pet licensing numbers were up 6.5% in December 2025 from January of 2025. This increase tells us that the current strategy is working to bridge the gap without requiring policy shifts or a fee hike at this time. The branch will continue to work towards solutions to absorb this structural budget variance in 2026. The next few slides are a look at the trend in cumulative changes in expenditures, net tax levy requirements, and FTEs for both the city and community standards over the last two budget cycles. For all the graphs, as you've seen from other presentations, the red line represents cumulative growth for all tax-supported areas, whereas the blue line represents the community standards branch in comparison. 2019 was set as the base year, and all changes are cumulative from that year. The chart on this slide compares the net budget expenditures, which are gross expenditures less recoveries. The trending information shows a similar rate of expenditure increases for community standards compared with the city for 2019 and 2020, and then a comparative decline in the expenditure budget growth in 2021 due to reductions in response to the pandemic, as well as the transfer of pest management to Parks and Road Services. Growth from 2022 to 2024 was related to council-approved funding for various initiatives, including animal welfare, encampment response, transit peace officers, and downtown safety, including the temporary Healthy Streets Operations Center project. In 2025, there was a decline due to the transfer of the neighborhood services section to social development branch, as you heard this morning, partially offset by the budget transfer from ETS to fund additional transit peace officers. Finally, the 2026 increase is related to council-approved funding for the second transfer from ETS and transit safety, as well as additional budget to address several structural budget variances. This trend slide shows the cumulative changes in the net requirement for the branch compared to the city as a whole. This is what we refer to as the net tax levy requirement, representing the tax levy dollars needed to support operations. Net requirement is the difference between total expenditures necessary to run the branch and the total revenue received from sources such as user fees, fines, and permits. As community standards has a high reliance on tax levy funding, there are minimal differences between this and the previous expenditure slide. This last chart focuses solely on FTE growth over the last two budget cycles. FTE changes for the branch remain above the corporate average from 2019 to 2026 due to the addition of council-approved funding for several initiatives. I'll go over each of those now. In 2019 and 2020, we gained 19.5 FTEs for the Southeast Valley line, which were partially offset by reductions related to the pandemic response in 2020. Bless you. In 2021, 24.6 FTEs were reduced in two ways. The first was the pet management program being internally transferred from our branch to Parks and Road Services, and the second were further reductions realized related to pandemic response. In 2022, 11 FTEs for transit safety and the tree bylaw were added to the branch. In 2023 and 2024, we increased our complement by 78.4 FTEs for Metro to Blatchford, encampment response, animal welfare, problem properties, and assisted snow. In 2025, we had an overall reduction of 0.2 FTEs related to internal transfer of neighborhood services section to the social development branch, offset by the addition of TPOs due to the ETS transfer. Finally, this year we are adding 20.2 FTEs for traffic safety, the pedway, and ETS transfer. The change in FTE line for the branch mirrors the change in expenditure line on the previous slides, demonstrating a strong correlation between added FTEs and increased expenses, especially in the current four-year budget cycle. Or put another way, an increased investment in frontline staff compared to prior budgets. Now, watching other presentations, I can't for the life of me know whether I should be saying lever or lever, but I'll just go with whatever feels right. This slide is central to our discussion, so we see ourselves as the implementers of your vision and deeply responsive to the day-to-day needs in the community. The levers available to you as governors in relation to the Community Standards Branch include policy and regulatory options, such as changing bylaws and supporting different enforcement authorities, a financial lever, such as adjusting fine amounts, and an operational lever, such as investing in better technology tools for enforcement purposes. These are neutral tools. Our role is to provide the data on what happens if you pull any one of them. Okay, stick with me on this slide. As a law enforcement agency, we have many layers of laws within which we have to operate. So as with other branches, we generally have two pillars of compliance: legal requirements and city bylaws. As a branch with significant legal requirements, we are responsible for adhering to and enforcing multiple layers of legislation, including city bylaws. As a team, we collectively enforce 14 bylaws, 15 provincial acts, and 3 federal acts or regulations. This responsibility includes external laws like the Municipal Government Act, the Peace Officer Act, and various provincial acts which are listed on the slide. We also enforce federal acts such as the Canada Shipping Act. Internally, we are not the only branch that provides enforcement within the community. As delegated, my role is to provide appropriate authorities to officers outside of our branch as well, particularly in fire rescue services and development compliance. Next, we'll review key measures for our branch. First, let's discuss our performance. We monitor both proactivity and reactivity. Proactivity is when we have people out in the community preventing or recognizing issues before they escalate. Overall, 39% of our enforcement time was dedicated to proactive work in 2025, but we also know that some files need more focus on proactive work than others. For example, our proactive time in transit spaces is at 55%, which is a strong metric. It means there are people are out there in the transit system ready to engage with riders, not only respond to calls. If something does arise, they're often already nearby. 55% is a significant increase and close to pre-pandemic levels. Immediately following the pandemic, we were only able to spend 25% of our time proactively in transit, so we consider this a fairly significant increase. Reactivity is us responding to residents' calls, and we monitor our service standards for 311 ticket closures as a key metric, as that's our promise to Edmontonians, that we have responded to them on the timeline that we said we were going to. To us, it's about trust, and even with the increase in overall demand, we are above our service standard at 91% for 2025. Taken together, this means that we are responsive to community needs in addition to being out in the community in advance of when we are needed. When it comes to our branch's risk, the primary risk we manage is the complexity of the working environment and taking care of the people who are in those environments. The social issues our team face are much more intense than they were 5 years ago. We continually monitor and respond to our employee engagement and safety data. It's a factual reality of the work that requires ongoing administrative attention to ensure we maintain our current service delivery capacity and keep our people safe. Often we compare ourselves to Calgary to get a sense of how things are going in a similar sized city in a similar context. From an operational perspective, we also have a strong working relationship with our counterparts in Calgary. There are, however, many operational differences between us and Calgary, and today I'm going to highlight a few that are the most noticeable to us. First, we'll focus on animal control. We enforce the Animal Protection Act while Calgary's Humane Society maintains that enforcement. In Calgary, they also provide animal adoption services directly out of their Animal Care and Control Center. Next, Calgary has additional pathing for diversion through their community court program and additional tools for their officers to make them a force multiplier for their police service, including emergency response driving and enhanced authorities. Additionally, there is more flexibility in their deployment models as all of their enforcement staff are peace officers. They don't employ bylaw officers, and they're also all under one union. While Calgary shows higher voluntary compliance at 97% than we do in Edmonton, we know that there are differences in the team size, authority, and makeup. Voluntary compliance for us is where the first three of the 4 E's show up. That is, engage, educate, and encourage, and is generally where we are able to change behavior patterns without the need for enforcement. To be clear, this is a difference in the service environment, as when you put all of this together, it's a picture of challenge and discrepancy for our front line. They want to be able to respond as quickly and effectively as possible and in support of our partners at the Edmonton Police Service. While we are continuing to work on our business cases behind changing most of these items, we continue to be in a place where our potential for the service we provide to Edmontonians is limited. Out in community in 2025, transit peace officers completed over 300,000 fare inspections, exceeding their target by 25%. Our detected fare evasion rate is 5.4%. Animal control officers investigated animal bylaw complaints within service standard timelines 68% of the time. We know we can do better, but we also know that these investigations can be quite involved, especially if there are dog attacks or fall under the Animal Protection Act. Response to bylaw parking complaints met the 48-hour service level 88% of the time, and the encampment response team completed initial encampment site assessments in an average of 3.7 days, which is a 43% decrease from 2024 and a 78% decrease from 2023. Next slide, please. Oh, you're ahead of me. In alignment with the city plan, our branch focuses on 3 core goals: thriving communities, ensuring residents have access to programs and resources that align city goals, empowering Edmontonians by helping residents uphold standards to improve their own quality of life, and safe public spaces, ensuring people feel secure while traveling and using our city's parks and spaces. For us, when it comes to research and engagement, it's how we get there together. We don't work in a vacuum. We used a mix of data-driven insights and direct community connection to shape our services. We attend and host events like Pause for a Cause, Diwali safety conversations, and Water and River Valley safety events to gather real-time feedback. We engage with groups like the Student Union Alliances on transit safety and participate in City Councilor community meetings to inform our targeted deployments. We analyze 311 calls, transit watch data, and historical hotspots to schedule proactive patrols, such as our animal control proactive park deployments. We provide data to our partners as well, including our work with the EPS, and by providing data for the drug poisoning dashboard, problem properties dashboard, Unison, and others. We use the insight community and public pop-ups to confirm we are on the right track. We've had a few recent successes, including the extensive public engagement that directly led to the renewed Animal Care and Control bylaw and the assisted snow pilot program, which was developed alongside the Accessibility Committee. And finally, we work with business improvement areas to provide grants, and the Problem Property Initiative is a key example of integration where we've used engagement to move towards a longer-term approach, including the relatively new tax subclass. We're also working with the University of Alberta on better mental health support opportunities for our staff. The next set of slides will provide an overview of our continuous improvement efforts over the last decade. This slide highlights some of the key activities following 2 program and service reviews, or PSRs, in 2017 and 2018. One review for our animal welfare, pet licensing, and wildlife management services, and the other was for the Bylaw and Provincial Act Enforcement Service. In total, these reviews had 12 recommendations. Of these 12, management accepted 10, conditionally accepted 1, and 1 was not accepted. 8 of the 10 accepted recommendations are complete. For the outstanding 2, we are monitoring the first, as the investment in a more functional technology solution is not a current corporate priority, while we are reversing the other, as it is causing an ongoing structural budget variance, which I highlighted earlier. For the more functional technology solution, we started work on improvements in 2018 when the current online pet licensing platform was improved to address functionality and convenience concerns arising from the review. And online transactions as a result increased. As of the end of 2025, 66% of pet licensing occurs online, with 73% of new pets registered online. Over the previous 8 years, consumer expectations of online platform functionality and convenience have continued to evolve. In 2025, an RFP project for a new pet licensing software platform that would meet the expectation of Edmontonians, improve service delivery, and support mobile services was started, but it is not currently funded to continue. With funding from Council in the 2022 budget, a new animal control peace officer licensing team was created to address declining pet licensing rates, restricted dog licensing, and urban livestock licensing for hens and bees. The work of this team has started to show dividends, and in 2025, the year-over-year licensing numbers are trending positively for the first time in a decade. Officers completed almost 10,000 proactive licensing investigations, which drove a 6.5% increase in pet licenses from January to December of 2025. In addition, comprehensive pet licensing communications campaigns continue to educate Edmontonians about the many benefits of mandatory pet licensing, including the free ride home program, microchips for licensed pets, and emergency medical services to support sick and injured, lost, and stray pets, funded in part by that licensing revenue. For the conditionally accepted item, zero tolerance enforcement programs are not a sustainable or effective approach to gaining compliance within licensing requirements. They also require a great deal of resources to ensure consistent enforcement, and the return on investment is depleted quite rapidly. Service packages to fund the additional resources required for such a program were not approved at the time of that recommendation. In 2023, with funding from the 2022 budget, a proactive parks patrol was developed to deploy animal control peace officers daily to Edmonton's green spaces and parkland. This program aims to educate pet owners about responsible pet ownership, including licensing, creating a visible presence in historically underserved areas, and take enforcement action where warranted. This program has garnered positive reactions from Edmontonians and contributed to recent positive trends in pet licensing rates. Audits are a, excuse me, a key component of how Community Standards Branch ensures continuous improvement and accountability. I am pleased to report that we currently have no outstanding audit recommendations and no audits underway. This position follows several recently completed audits, including the Provincial Peace Officer Program auditing our internal policies, the city's response to 311 requests, and the Enterprise Performance Management audit. Looking forward, we will undergo an audit of the animal care facility and animal licensing, which will begin in November with recommendations presented sometime in 2027. This proactive review will help ensure our standards remain high in these core service areas. Between 2016 and 2025, the branch has contributed to various corporate reduction exercises. The 10-year total of reductions for community standards is $11.4 million, with an annual cumulative average of $7.5 million and a cumulative total of $75.1 million for 18.1%. The more significant reductions for the branch during this period include in 2026, an $800,000 reduction in neighborhood services, in 2020, a $1.5 million reduction in enforcement services, in 2021, a $400,000 elimination of joint transit safety initiative with the EPS. In 2021, again, a $500,000 reduction in several programs and services across the branch, including fewer peace officers working statutory holidays. In 2021, a $1.1 million reduction in transit peace officers, neighborhood capacity and development services, professional standards oversight, municipal enforcement responsibilities, and administrative support services. And finally, in 2024, a $900,000 Op 12 position harvesting reduction. These reductions result in a net loss of approximately 40 FTE. The branch is operating at a very high level of optimization, and any future shifts in funding would move away from efficiency measures to cuts in service levels, which I think is a key distinction for council to keep in mind for the next budget cycle. Next, I'd like to highlight our commitment to innovations and continuous improvement within community standards, specifically focusing on our two high impact areas, transit safety and the Problem Property Initiative. Over the last 3 years, for transit safety, we've shifted from a reactive posture to a proactive integrated safety model. This includes the creation of the Transit Community Action Teams, or Foot Patrol Teams, in 2022, the ongoing transition from contracted security guards to peace officers, and the launch of Operation Unify, our joint deployment model with the EPS TRAX teams in early 2025. These changes are showing results. Ridership in 2025 reached 61.8 million, 12% higher than pre-pandemic levels. Efforts to make transit more convenient, reliable, safe, and accessible have contributed to this sustained demand. Our peace officers are on the front lines, managing almost 70,000 dispatch calls for service in 2025. Our consistent work is beginning to show promise. With the introduction of those joint deployments with the Edmonton Police Service in 2025, we saw the first reduction in public calls for service since 2021. While we're still busy, the joint teams are addressing issues proactively before Edmontonians have to bring them to our attention. And on the Problem Property Initiative, that initiative addresses properties that jeopardize community well-being. We've conducted over 22,000 inspections, resulting in the removal of 2.4 million pounds of debris and hazardous material over the last 3 years. Our interventions don't just clear lots, but they spark renewal. Approximately 74% of properties demolished following city intervention are now redeveloped or in progress of being redeveloped. Most importantly, this initiative is about people. We've made over 800 referrals for vulnerable individuals and successfully rehoused 172 people, including 52 children, from unlivable and unsafe conditions. As I mentioned already, a budget increase in 2022 has allowed us to create the Animal Control Peace Officer Licensing Team to address declining pet licensing rates, put more focus on restricted dog licensing and managing dangerous dogs, and provide dedicated urban livestock licensing support for hens and bees. Last year, the team concluded a 3-year project to modernize the existing decades-old animal control bylaw. After significant public engagement and cataloging the deficiencies and gaps in the existing bylaw, the new bylaw, which goes into effect May of this year, allows our officers to better manage animal attacks and serious offenses and adds better provisions to protect Edmonton's domestic animal population. The last two continuous improvement projects I will highlight focus on environmental protection with our wildlife management service and the maturation of our enforcement services overall. The high-intensity hazing program is an enhanced authority addition to our standard service delivery added in the last 2 years. Our management of the coyote population, of the urban coyote population, has been created in partnership with the University of Alberta Urban Coyote Project. Their research guided our best practice use of pepperball launchers, which propel an inert projectile intended to scare but not harm the coyotes. Our Peace Officer program has worked with researchers and the Provincial Peace Officer program to create and implement an unprecedented program for our city. And as you can see by the statistics on the slide, the program is working to create a safer city by reducing negative interactions between Edmontonians and our urban coyote population, and has reduced our need to lethally remove animals from our urban parkland. We're especially proud of this one. You've already heard about the growth in our FTE resources in the last 5 years. Largely, this growth has been for frontline enforcement personnel to support encampment response, problem properties, transit safety, and animal control. As a result, our ability to provide recruiting, training, dispatch services, equipment and logistics support, data analytics, and professional standards oversight has struggled to keep pace with that frontline growth. In mid-2024, we centralized many of these resources into one team and began streamlining those processes to better support the frontline operations and provide better analytics to make our operations more efficient and effective in the community. The result includes many public-facing transparency projects, including the Problem Property Dashboard, our biannual reporting on peace officer statistics such as use of force and complaints investigations, as well as our monthly encampment statistics. These findings from an evaluation of the new team shows promising results and supports the continuation of this project as we continue to mature these teams and their work. This slide summarizes our overall strategic position. It demonstrates the gap between the operational realities we face today and the responses we are deploying to navigate them. On the left, under challenges, I've outlined some of the pressures on our business model, mainly demand increase that can be linked to population growth and continuing to manage complex social issues. These pressures have triggered the need for a full review of our branch operations, which we are undertaking over the next few years. On the right is how we are continuing to respond within our current environment as one piece of the overall public safety ecosystem and as a force multiplier for our colleagues. As we continue to serve Edmontonians and welcome more residents and their pets, they continue to rely on city infrastructure and services. This also means that more development and construction is occurring, and we are looked to for solutions to a multitude of frustrations and infringements on community standards. This can range from snow clearing on sidewalks, to noise, to stray animals, to problem properties. For our municipal enforcement officers and peace officers, this workload has increased by 30% over the last 5 years. We anticipate this type of growth will continue, and we are a lean team. This context means that we do not have a lot of capacity to be nimble to respond to emergent community needs, as you all saw with our service level reductions during the winter's snow and ice clearing efforts. We are doing our best to serve Edmontonians, but we know it is not meeting their expectations in all areas. We have had some targeted success in transit, where frontline growth has supported our efforts to become more proactive. Your investments have also meant that we can focus on other high-priority files, including problem properties, animal care and control, and encampment response. However, that investment has not expanded to our other teams, which is understandable, and we now know, we now need to complete a deployment review over the next few years to make sure we have the right people in the right places at the right time. Additionally, we have been engaged in more public safety work since the pandemic, with social and medical factors continuing to contribute to safety and disorder issues. These factors are significantly more complex than they were a decade ago, even 5 years ago. As a trend, we're also receiving requests for more presence in new public spaces, such as rec centers, work that we're not currently staffed to provide. So what's next for community standards? As we prepare to be a city of 2 million, and with the context of the significant growth in complex demand we're already experiencing, I've already shared that we are going to be exploring how we show up in the community in the future. We will examine if we can continue to provide concierge services for all bylaw complaints, or if we must establish new service delivery levels to allow us to slow our need to grow our staffing at the same rate we have been for the last few years. We are planning to do this with Edmontonians and partner input. And while we can do a whole new deployment model, there are further efficiencies to be found through technological investments, including a records management system that would reduce administrative time and would pay dividends to officer safety and their mental health. We also are continuing to monitor and take opportunities to advance the pet licensing technology recommended to us in 2017 in the 2017 Program and Service Review. We don't do any of this work in a vacuum. We will continue to rely on and expand our partnership with the Edmonton Police Service, as well as with other peace officer employers within the province. Some of our successful programs are as a result of our EPS partnership, including our encampment response, transit safety, commercial vehicle enforcement, and river safety for those who use our river valley to its fullest. As we expand our traffic enforcement services, we will continue to partner with the EPS to ensure that we provide an effective spectrum of enforcement services to support traffic safety. To wrap up, our mission is to protect collective community standards and enable thriving public spaces. We proudly support council priorities, especially in making Edmonton a safer city. And with that, thank you, and I'll take any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. We'll bring up the board, and looks like we've got a few people with questions so far. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you very much for the presentation. We have had some recent conversations, and I think there was direction with, having development services fund some of their own enforcement. I think we had a conversation at Utility Committee recently as well in terms of looking at opportunities for our waste utility to fund some of the enforcement that's required for waste management. Just want to confirm that your branch is part of those conversations. I'm assuming those resources would come under you, even if they are funded through other sources.
Yes, we're part of those conversations for sure.
Great. And it seems like those are some opportunities to potentially expand our enforcement resources without creating additional pressure on property taxes.
That's my understanding of the goal there, yeah.
Great. It came up, there were a few programs in Calgary that I just wanted to better understand. So it mentions the community court program that they have there. And I know we had, I think a while ago, talked about potential diversion programs. Could you talk me through that and just sort of if we're looking at that?
Councillor, I can speak to that. We're actually doing some work right now, legal services in conjunction with community standards to look at the options to bring something back as an unfunded service package potentially, whereby we would set up something similar to what is existing in Calgary. Our information from Calgary is that they are having a lot of success with the community court program. It is leading to some meaningful diversions and some statistics that are demonstrating people actually getting the assistance they need. So we're optimistic we might be able to bring something forward in the same vein later in this year.
Okay, that's great. And you mentioned unfunded. Just wondering, are we? I assume that there are some pretty broad-reaching benefits for the city in a program like that.
Well, that's what we're looking at right now. I think our hope is that if administered as properly and as we hope, what it would lead to is those who come into contact with the bylaw component of the justice system, that it provides opportunities for those who perhaps need it the most to be connected with those services that will help them, as opposed to having a bylaw ticket in front of them. So I think the hope is that there would be some benefits. What we're looking at right now, though, Councillor, is just how Calgary has quantified those benefits, what sort of resources they've needed to put into that, and how we would administer something similarly.
Okay. Well, thank you. That's exciting work. And again, that's ongoing work that will come in front of us for budget, or do we?
I can't speak for sure in terms of whether it would be in the final budget package or if it would be something that would be offered as an unfunded service package. Okay. It's open to council if they're looking for more information to put a motion forward, but we are doing the work in the background in case that is an option that council would like to look further at.
Okay, yeah, it's certainly something that I'm interested in, and I think. So do we need a motion for it to come in front of us for a decision, or will it come to us for a decision, again, either as a funded or otherwise unfunded?
Just in terms of administrative streamlining and process, I think that a motion at some point would be helpful just to guide what council would like us specifically to bring back. There are different options. It may take several different approaches, but I think it would be very helpful if this is something council is interested in for a motion to bring it back for consideration.
Okay, well, thanks very much. I'm happy to touch base offline on that, because I've heard really great things, and I think some really positive outcomes in other jurisdictions. So thank you for that. Apologies, this is just my ignorance. Can you remind me again? So the ETS budget transfer in 2025, can you talk me through that again?
Yeah, in 2025 and continuing into this year, that was, the council approved that we would stand down their contracted security program.
Oh, that, okay.
And instead use that budget for additional transit peace officers.
Gotcha. Thank you. I'll just come back for another round. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Chance.
Thank you. One of my concerns is around, and I'm going to use the word productivity, and I do not mean this as a slight in any way to the members, but the productivity of bylaw enforcement in terms of how much time is spent actually on investigations, how much time, the burdens placed on investigations. I can think of one example we worked on together where it must have been over 3 weeks, multiple staff members involved, and I think it turned out to be a $150 ticket. What can we do systemically? Is this an Alberta justice issue? Is this a court issue? Like, if I asked, what is the burn rate on your staff sitting at the courthouse? Could you tell me how many hours a year is spent there? Like, these are the sort of questions that I'm wondering, big picture, how do we make bylaw more productive so that the dollars we're going in are actually producing better outcomes?
I think there's always some room for efficiencies with respect to our time. I mean, even just this is one reason that we'd look at our deployment model. We have all of our animal care or animal control officers out of our animal care facility in the far northwest corner of the city. When you look at projected residential growth for the city, it's southwest, southeast. All of that adds travel time for our officers. And so is there a different way that we can deploy them to get them on scene quicker, to the next event quicker? Certainly we've done that with some of our teams, but not all of them. So some of that has implications, obviously, with capital and maybe needing new buildings, et cetera. But I think to your question, some of that is just a product of investigations and how long it takes to gather witness statements. And
are there steps we could take using and evidentiary standards is the phrase that come to mind, but I filed a 311 complaint and then it asked me, are you willing to submit a witness statement? I tick yes. Is there a way we can move towards kind of on certain tickets more of a burden of proof being accepted at the complaint level? Like how, I see Michael Gunther jumping.
The short answer, Councillor, is no, and that the bylaw ticket standard in our courts is as the same as the criminal law standard, which is proof beyond a reasonable doubt. So we do still have to put evidence forward, which usually means having the officers come to court. Now, I will say there are a couple things that we are doing alongside community standards to try and streamline the process so that Mr. Jones's officers are not sitting in a courtroom all day. We actually have just in the last couple months rolled out a new municipal prosecutions intake website, and what that does is it has the ability for people who've received tickets and want to discuss it on a preliminary basis to send their information right to the prosecution's office. And what that will do is if there's a ticket, for example, that doesn't meet the standard and it needs to be withdrawn, then in that case, rather than have the bylaw officer sitting there all day only to that be the outcome, it can be screened at a preliminary basis, as well as if someone wants to get advanced disclosure or more information on their ticket, they can get that in advance so it doesn't delay the process. But in terms of having witnesses there in court, it's still the requirement legally that that witness comes and speaks to it if someone wants to run the trial.
So I believe in New York City, they have a system where it's like you can be deputized, where if you see someone idling, you can give them, you can report it and write them a ticket for idling, and then the reporter gets like a bounty fee, like a 10% of the outcome or something like that. But the idea being that like citizens are deputized to also file complaints and do those sorts of things. Is there anything under the MGA that allows for any allowance there?
No, the law in Alberta doesn't allow for that right now. What we could have is if a resident is witnessing an offense, or if it was, let's take for an example, they see hear a noisy vehicle, or they see someone driving in the bus lane, they can collect that evidence, but we'd still need them to come to court. We can't necessarily have them just write something up, issue that ticket privately, if you will.
I think that it's still through the court, but like, so for example, I have a picture of a car in a bus lane, I have their license plate, I have to drive to the Southwest Police Station, swear a statement, write it all down, and do that in person at the police station, and then they would then look up the person's license plate and then maybe give them a ticket or not at the officer's discretion. Like, there's so many layers here, and I'm wondering, like, how do we...
Well, then in 6 months, you would likely, if that person wanted to challenge that ticket, be brought to court to give evidence as well. So that's the system as we have it right now. We work within the provincial realm and even the rules of evidence and the law as it is. There are things that have been considered in the past in terms of administrative penalty systems, which would modernize, but they really haven't gotten any traction in the municipal context.
Thank you. Councillor Morgan?
Thanks. I'm going to tag along here on Councillor Jans's questions there. In my history, my past, I've seen a lot of our peace officers stuck just writing reports and stuck doing the paperwork, and you kind of highlighted in your report there too. How can City Council help decrease that so we can get more boots on the ground? Our folks out there fighting the bad guys. What do you need from us?
Well, I think there are some redundancies in our records management system right now. We have a very dated records management system that doesn't speak to our computer-aided dispatch, so officers end up sort of dual reporting. They have to put some notes into CAD and then shift over and write their report in Posse. Even now, I'm sure Mr. Gunther could elaborate as to why, but the Posse reports that we write can't be produced as a court document. They can be taken by the officer to court to be used as their notes, but because of the system security in it, we can't produce them as court documents. So I think that records management system is a huge tool gap that we have. But I would suggest that we've also found other ways to leverage, to Councillor Jans's point, we're no longer driving. Unless there are accessibility issues, we're no longer driving out to collect witness statements. We can send a Google form, and they can complete their information, get it back to the officer in real time. So it's avoiding some driving time there. We are looking at the idea of court affidavits for some of our officers, and I don't want to walk too far into legal services realm, but certainly that would hopefully reduce some court time. All of that has to be approved by the court, so it's out of our hands. And we also are able to do some virtual testimony now, so the officers, if they're they don't have to go and wait in court, they can be in the office doing other reports and just pop online to do their testimony if it comes up. So there are some efficiencies there, but still certainly some gaps.
Okay, awesome, thanks. I'm going to go to transit here real quick. So I'm just curious, and I think I asked this of somebody else here, but I'm just curious on your perspective. Has response time been maintained for events on LRT and bus since the move to have transit peace officers be under community standards?
Yes, it would take me a minute to pull up our exact numbers on that, but certainly we look at response times of high incident rates or high kind of those critical files that we can deal with, that not that require the Edmonton Police Service to attend, but the ones that are kind of flagged as the highest priority for us. And we're typically there about 60% of the time and within 5 minutes, and about 80% of the time within 10 minutes.
Okay, yeah, cool. And I'm just curious, maybe this is a private question, but I'm going to ask you right now. How do we deploy and prioritize calls between transit and community standards? Is it, because I think it's two different dispatches, but you guys are all under the same.
That remains a gap for us, an operational gap for us as well, that will come up in the Enhanced Authorities report that you can expect to see later this year. But certainly right now, because of the operational challenges that I talked about with having peace officers in two different unions for transit, the transit peace officers respond. And for the rest of the peace officers, they rely on our dispatch system. Transit peace officers still rely on the transit security dispatch within the ETS portfolio.
Okay, sounds good. I got a bunch more questions, but I'm going to I'll kind of go away from transit for a minute here. Weapons events, I didn't really see anything on that in the reports. I know you guys don't get deployed to weapons events, but how often are we going to weapons events? And not know about it, I guess.
I think you find yourself in that event is probably the most concerning ones for us. I think the lion's share happen in transit. You said you were going away from transit, but I'll bring us back there. If you, online, we post every 6 months, we post peace officer statistics on use of force and public complaints, any type of complaints. But we've also recently started adding assaults and weapons files in those. And so if you look online, at the 2025 annual report, you'll see assaults against peace officers, 107 in 2025. That's down a bit from the 139 in 2024. But weapons files closing in on 800 a year.
Is it trending up or down?
It's, 2021 we had 478. That's as far back as we go on this. I know going further back it was, you could count it in the dozens. Now we're closing in on 800. 2023 we had 890. That's a huge concern for me, for our officers, because we're not equipped, nor were they ever designed to respond to those. But I think the prevalence of weapons in public spaces is something that we really need to be alive to.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. And just going to give everyone a heads up to make sure we keep giving 30 seconds left for questions. There's been a few rounds now where we're sneaking in some questions and running over time. So if you're planning on doing a second round, just take your second round. Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. You mentioned the reductions in 2021 resulted in about 40 FTE reductions. I'm just wondering, was that, and I'll ask, was it before or after October? What was it? Was it sort of looking for reductions because of the pandemic and trying to look for cost reductions, or was it the new council coming in not understanding what the impacts of these reductions would be?
I'm just going back to my notes to make sure I get it all right. I think the majority of those were still pandemic-related reductions.
Okay, and then so we've never really we have had increases now to transit peace officers in the past 4 years, right? Like a few times.
Yes, we have.
Have we come, and we've, I think, surpassed that 40 FTE, right?
Yeah, and those 40 FTE weren't all in transit either.
Okay. Yeah, I can't remember the total. I know there was a few requests. And so now the ticket revenue from having all those peace officers, I know it doesn't get recorded under yours, it just goes into general revenue. Do we have an understanding of how much that is, or an estimation?
I don't have a line of sight on that. I would look to finance to support us on that question.
Ms. Padbury, do we?
All tickets or just all fines in general? Like we would be able to parse out the different components of fines. I would just need help from my finance team to do that.
Okay.
And we have open data sets on infractions, but they don't necessarily have the dollar value with them. We just have to correlate those.
Okay, I'm just wondering, I mean, the slide, what is it, slide 11, I think, where it shows the expenses versus the revenue. I mean, yeah, can we have something to sort of boost up why we need to have all those expenses? Or how we can offset some of those expenses with the fines?
So my team is saying it's close. It's between 10 and 11 million.
Okay, whoops, I gotta go back to slide 11 here. Wasn't it slide 11 that had the bar graph? Yeah, okay. So that for animal care and enforcement?
I don't want to misspeak, but my understanding is that's for all fines. So
Okay.
that would include development compliance, which is outside of my branch.
Okay, okay. Development as well, okay. And then are we more proactive? Or are we just waiting for the 311s before we send out peace officers? Like I'm thinking with snow removal and the parking enforcement there.
I think it varies wildly based on which files. So, some of our files, how do I put this? Some of our files, we know we really need to make an effort to be proactive. Transit is one of them because it was one of our more critical files a few years ago that, we really needed to address transit safety issues. I think we have a number of teams that aren't quite right-sized for the amount of demand that we have. Parking is definitely one of them. Snow and ice control is another one where we know that the demand, just the demand alone to keep up to our service levels reduces how much we can be proactive. Now, when they're out in the field, especially our snow and ice folks, it's not like they go to one sidewalk that's been reported as not shoveled for the entire winter, and they don't look at the 3 or 4 others on that block. They will try to address all of those as they are in the area. So there is some proactivity there, but it may not be quite as much as we would like in order to try to stay up and on top of that from an education perspective.
So if there were more peace officers, they could go out and do more.
For sure, and it comes down to service levels and number of humans, but we are quite integrated. So if, for example, all of our Commonwealth events, we all know from a parking enforcement and peace officer enforcement when those are, and we try to deploy in an alignment with those. Same thing with the bigger events happening around the expo or the convention center. So we use that information, and we are as proactive as our service, like our humans allow.
Okay.
To give you
14 seconds.
I can do it. So something like our vehicle for hire and commercial vehicle units are almost entirely proactive. When you look at weed complaints for the summer, we're at about 7% proactivity. Most of it is driven by neighborhood complaints about illegal weeds.
Thank you. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the presentation. I've got a question in regards to, because when we're moving into traffic stops and potential more time in court, are we tracking, for example, bylaw tickets and in the future traffic tickets, what are paid, what goes to court, who are found guilty, and what tickets are dropped? Is that measured or captured in any way?
My branch does not capture that. I understand there is some, but that would be through bylaw ticket administration. I'm not sure if there's anybody that can speak to that.
I can speak to that a little bit, Councillor. Once matters enter into the municipal prosecution system, so that's once a plea has been entered on the ticket, so anything other than a ticket that's just paid outright, legal services, the municipal prosecutor, they do keep statistics on what is dropped what goes ahead, our statistics in terms of what is successful at trial versus not. So we do, to some degree, have pretty accurate statistics on those things, but it only pertains to the bylaw tickets. We don't monitor provincial tickets, even if they are issued by city officers, because we don't prosecute those ourselves.
Okay, so moving forward, because where I'm going to go with my next line of questioning is, if we're creating the traffic enforcement teams, and when those members are writing tickets, how do we know that, one, because there's going to be revenue generated to try to offset the cost of these members, and so if we don't know what tickets are being dropped or being pled guilty or being reduced in a payment, how is that captured through the city then?
So the first thing that I'd say is we're still in the concept to reality phase of that work, and so that's all things that we're doing in the background to figure that out. We also have access to Join, and so we'll be able to track some of those through the Join process. The Join is the court computer process.
And speaking of Join, since we're going to be hiring more, because I know there's only so many licenses available for Join, are we limited to how many that we can acquire?
Our clerks already have Join access, so we'll be able to use those.
Okay, thank you. You said our current record system, I know we require a new RMS. As our current records or documents or files that members write, are they currently shared with EPS? And the reason I bring that up is people have a memory about, like Robert Picton, for example. You had RCMP, you had different agencies who didn't share their information. Is EPS and your area sharing sharing files by chance?
The answer to that is complicated. So the way our records management works through Posse is each one of our peace officer teams has a different portal. And so information isn't even shared properly between our peace officer groups. So for example, our transit peace officers could flag somebody in their portal as, always having weapons, not willing to cooperate, in historical perspectives. That person can walk upstairs. Our downtown peace officers can work with them, and unless they're going into a different records management portal than their own, they may not even have a record of that person. So there are definite gaps there. That's where I alluded to the officer safety gaps that we have with records management. I know that sounds weird, but that's a very clear reality for us. What I will say, however, is our transit peace officer portal into Posse is shared and accessible by some of the crime analysts at the EPS. They have login. They can read all of our files. They are using because we have the interoperability with law enforcement for privacy reasons. They can look at our history with somebody in transit and their own and kind of marry that to create a more holistic picture.
Okay, thanks. I'm going to try to get one more question here. We're at 45 seconds left. I know the creation of an RMS will cost millions. Has there been any discussions with EPS of potentially using their system, or is that due to, I'll stop there for that question.
The short answer is yes, there have been some conversations.
Okay, maybe I have to go in private for other questions, but I'll stop there, Mayor, for a second round.
Thank you very much. Councillor Clark.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I really only have one question to Mr. Jones is how does your department be proactive at all? And kind of let me ramble a little bit before I let you answer that question, because I mean, when I look at it, you're maybe 10% of the total budget of the community services branch, right? If we're talking about enforcement. So I know some of the personnel has gone up, but I mean, when you're talking about 11,000 encampment complaints, 81,000 parking complaints, 68,000 transit events, like, I don't understand how you can even be proactive with this limited resources and budgets that you have.
So that total number, the almost 250,000 events that we attended, that includes our proactive as well as our reactive. So it's all inclusive. The more nuanced answer is by being real creative. Go back 5 or 6 years, transit was seeing a 25% reactive or a proactivity. We looked at the resources that we had at the time and said we need to be out of our cars, not paralleling transit, and actually in some of these spaces. So we created foot patrol teams using almost the same resources, we just segmented them off differently. So that allows us to be in those places, being proactive, doing more fair inspections, being in some of those hot spots that historically have had disorder, et cetera. And so some of that is what drives it. And there are other files, like this is an average, but there are other teams that are almost wholly proactive. They're not, nobody knows out there how to make a complaint about a commercial vehicle. You got to creep underneath the thing to take a look at the brakes to see if they're functioning or not. So by doing vehicle stop after vehicle stop after vehicle stop, all proactive, that's how we offset some of those the really reactive files where we're just driven by public complaints.
In your 100% biased opinion, is this a good department to invest in from a council perspective? Because maybe we can grow that $10 million in total fees, which isn't even all related to you, but to get some additional revenue.
That's a loaded question, isn't it? I think there are investments that we could make outside of FTEs that would make our FTEs much more efficient. And I think it's also worth contemplating that bylaw officers have a very specific line or lane with respect to law enforcement. Peace officers have a very specific lane with respect to their capacity for public safety. We've already talked about weapons and that being sort of in a fairly gray area of what our peace officers should be doing, especially under the watchful eye of the provincial peace officer program. So yes, with a caveat of we can only do so much, and then at some point there are other teams that you should be investing in as well.
Gotcha, loud and clear. I'm good.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador, can you take the chair?
Have the chair.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the presentation. Just a little bit more on the records management piece and sort of separating out the conversation of integration with EPS, just from our own standpoint. So walk me through what has to happen to get there? What steps? What money? What technology have we looked at? Because I don't want to oversimplify it, but like, has our technology changed and evolved that maybe what we thought would have been a large expense 5 years ago is now a less costly if we're using different technology or solutions? Can you just walk me through how do we solve that problem? Because I'm a little worried that the weird comparison, bus network redesign. I didn't want to invest in the bus network system until we fix the foundation. This sounds like a foundation problem. I want to fix that before we start putting in more money into the people. So
that is absolutely how I've been describing it. It is there are some very foundational pieces of work, and that'll come up through the Enhanced Authorities report for sure. Yeah. But before we start investing in Enhanced Authorities, before we create any net new teams, that's something that we absolutely have to rectify, because we're compounding the problem as we get more advanced. I think the Posse software was created a long time ago. Mm-hmm. It was not developed for law enforcement reasons. It was for development compliance. It was for lots of other things that the city does, but because it's a legacy of the city, we haven't been able to invest in anything else. And I think we've had a couple past attempts at this has been flagged since 2008, since we started the Peace Officer program. Yeah. And we just we haven't been able to get the funding that we need to do it. To your point of, is it going to cost more now or less now? I think we can't go back in time. Mm-hmm. It's very expensive, but the more we invest in other things, we put $2 million plus into CAD for our peace officers, absolutely required, because before that we were trying to track them via Google Maps and all kinds of other things when they're out in the field. The auditor said, you got to do better. Now that we have CAD, it compounds the problems, because now we have to report, it creates an additional admin load because our records management doesn't talk to CAD. Mm-hmm. A proper law enforcement records management system integrates with CAD. And so it would reduce that admin time again. So that's how we get to more proactive time.
Yeah. So what are some of the biggest cost drivers of doing a new records management system? Like, I don't want us to necessarily talk about the dollar amount just yet, because I'm sure we want to go and negotiate with prospective folks. But I'm just curious, like, what are some of the things that you need to build in now? Remind me.
Well, I think, I alluded to the fact that we can't use our reports in court. I think we want to make sure that it would be something that would be court approved. that we, to Councillor Elliott's point, maybe we look at the interoperability with other law enforcement agencies. Picton's a great example.
Yeah.
Our animal control folks were working a file on the guy who killed Dan Woodall. And so we know that this is a very real possibility for us. So I think that interoperability is very critical. I think it needs to work with CAD. It needs to work with our existing dispatch systems. And then, the user friendliness out in the field so that we can be really nimble with our time, as efficient as possible.
So an ideal perfect solution, what I'm hearing, without going into the nuance, is that if we could just grab the policing system that they have and use it, that would be, like, that's sort of an off the shelf. I'm trying to figure out like a...
I would not suggest that we would create something that new. I think there are lots of different law enforcement purpose-built records management systems out there that we could look at. But certainly that interoperability piece is important.
Okay. Do we have a sense of, very different topic, any sense of the cost? I know he talked about the response of, like, say, transit peace officers to drug overdoses in the 2,000 plus or so, I think, that you had in the slide. Do we have a sense of the cost of that, the actual dollar amount of how much employee time is being used for responding to those types of things?
I don't think we have an employee time per se, because each one of those takes a little bit. Some of them could be 2 minutes, some of them could be, a half an hour, an hour. If heaven forbid, somebody dies while we're trying to administer care, then we have to wait for the police and all the other, integrated approaches there to emergency management. But we could definitely take that away. I think it would be a very labor-intensive poll to say, like, this call type, how many from arrival to clearing, what that looks like. But certainly it's a substantial portion of our time, especially in transit, especially downtown.
Okay. I'll move another round.
We have a seconder?
Second.
Whoa.
There were like four.
That was very eager. Councillor Wright. Yeah. Please vote on a second round.
Councillor Principe is yes.
Thank you, Councillor Principe.
Yes, Councillor Rutherford.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That's carried. I'll return the chair.
Thank you very much. I'll go back to the board for the next round, and then there might be some in private questions as well. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thank you. I'll try to be rapid fire on this one. Just another thing that came up on the Calgary comparison, voluntary compliance. Does that mean that no fine is issued, or that they don't challenge it in court?
No, it means that no ticket is written.
Okay, interesting. You mentioned that another difference is that Calgary doesn't have any bylaw officers, they only have peace officers. That seems like that would be within our control to change that, right? Like, what conversations have we had? I don't think that's ever come up that I've heard before.
I would need to look back into my team who've been here longer than I have, but in the 5 years that I've been here, it's a conversation, but it's kind of in the background. There are pros and cons, and we've never really done the business case as to, we know that the municipal enforcement officers are super high volume. The minute that you tie a peace officer to that and they start blending what they're doing, it may slow us down. But there are also, there's benefits of sending somebody out with a marked vehicle and a full uniform and all of those things to kind of drive that compliance. I think about the benefits of having some of our peace officers join our parking enforcement during a snow ban. People notice when there's a marked car with lights going and starting to write tickets, rather than somebody showing up in a private vehicle just issuing tickets.
And I think we also outsource some of our, like, for parking enforcement?
Yeah, parking enforcement is done by contract, yeah.
But, and are they considered municipal enforcement officers?
They are designated. We give them bylaw authorities. Yeah.
Okay, and so that, when does that conversation happen, I guess, in terms of optimizing MEOs versus peace officers?
Well, I alluded to the conversation that we'll be having in the next few years on my team about our deployment. That is part of that conversation.
Okay.
But if council wanted to drive that, then, we remain open to whatever motion you might have for us.
Okay, no, that's helpful. Safety attendance in transit. Just want to understand, so previously, security guards were sort of through the ETS budget. Your team has the COT. So where do you think something like the safety attendants would fall? Probably more on a transit side if they're not doing enforcement? Okay, even if they're sort of more safety related. Okay, that's helpful. Just a bit curious, the characterization of subsidies to Bent Arrow for COT or sort of the social enterprise contract, those seem more like fees for service rather than subsidies.
I think this was just the way that we had sort of external grants and external contracts like that lumped together for the purpose of this for the purpose of this presentation. But yeah, you're absolutely right. It's a contract with Bent Arrow that we have for those services.
Okay. Just because I think the service contracts is maybe another model, going back to some of our conversations with the last presentation, rather than grants or subsidies, but contracting services, and I think those could be good models. I think I also heard you mention a drug poisoning dashboard. Do we have something independent, or is that feeding into the Alberta Substance Use Surveillance System? And forgive me if I just misheard that.
No, you didn't mishear that. It is a City of Edmonton dashboard, but all I know is that our data feeds into it. I believe that dashboard is used by social development.
Oh, and is it public facing?
No, it is not public facing.
Oh, okay.
But it does help us to track, both from an EFRS perspective, our peace officers as well.
Right. And then do we take that data and share it with the province as well?
Absolutely.
Okay, great. Last one, it just came up a bit recently, parking complaints. I noticed that the service standard is 48 hours. And just recognizing that parking complaints are usually shorter duration, I suppose, except for abandoned vehicles, for example. How do we set that service standard, and what would it look like to say, when we're looking at quality services, for example, how do we evaluate 48 hours for parking complaints?
Well, I would suggest that if we needed to adjust service standards to be shorter, we would need to invest a lot more in that contract, or go about doing parking enforcement in a totally different manner.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jans?
This is very exciting. So what I think I heard is that we can deputize people for private parking enforcement under the bylaw.
Well, we contract a security company. We give them
My words, I shouldn't say.
bylaw, and then because of the contract that we have, we give them bylaw authorities.
Right.
To chalk tires, to write a bylaw
So we could
tag, that
contract
kind of thing.
people.
I will say that we do have a volunteer parking agency program. So say you manage a large apartment building. If you wanted to give tags for the people in your private.
So I manage the neighborhood of Garneau. Could we do a community league program where we have a community league parking officer?
So it's not for public property, it's for private parking.
Darn, okay.
Yeah.
Could we look at, say for snow and ice for sidewalks, having the same way we have parking folks go around, having, we pick 10 neighborhoods a year and send out 10 MEOs that walk every street. You find sidewalks not maintained, we do tickets on the spot.
Again, that's, if we wanted to increase service standards, we'd have to increase our FTE component to meet that. But yes, absolutely, we can do those things. We can, I think as you saw with the parking ban and the really dismal level of compliance that we saw this winter, we activated our peace officers, we activated our bylaw officers, and we activated the parking enforcement contract to all go and focus on the same areas to make sure that PARs could do the efficient work that they do.
like I have a resident who's a tree enthusiast who wanted to go around to all of the new infills that have been built and count if they have the proper number of trees on each property, and if not, 311 them, and then that will then trigger, somebody will have to come out and visit, and somebody will have to give a ticket, and they'll have to examine that. Like, is there a more efficient way that?
Well, that's the system that we have now.
Yeah.
I think the efficiencies might be found with, the conversation that Councillor Stevenson
With the community court
suggested
piece?
with. Well, I think the community court piece is a totally different beast. It's more for social disorder or for, ticket isn't the appropriate thing.
Right.
But if we give you a ticket, it leverages you to get different accesses. But I think the conversation that Councillor Stevenson about, like, what is the right balance of enforcement officers that we have? Do we need more bylaw? Do we need more peace officers? That kind of thing. It depends on what levers we want to pull.
Yeah. So just to go back to, if I 311 a picture of a vehicle in a bus lane, can the 311 not give that picture to a bylaw member, and the bylaw member can then just write the ticket and mail it to the license plate?
Currently, that's not bus lane enforcement. If it's a private vehicle, is with the EPS. This is
Okay.
the bit that we're working on for traffic enforcement.
So how about somebody's parking in a no parking zone? Could that photo suffice as earning a ticket?
I would have to look over my shoulder to Mr. Gunther to.
Yeah, legally, Counselor, the trouble is it could form the basis of a ticket, but we always need to be able to prove what has happened that backstops that ticket. So if all we have is a photograph, then when we get to court, we also need to prove what time it happened, prove that it's in the city of Edmonton, Alberta, demonstrate the elements of that offense. So just a photograph alone isn't going to suffice, given that these trials for bylaw tickets, even a parking ticket, they function the same as a criminal trial. So
like,
that's the struggle we deal with there.
So I had a constituent yesterday send me a picture of a parked car in a bike lane, and they said, here's the picture, here's this, I 311'd it. 311 did their job, sent it to bylaw, did their job, sent a parking person over, the parking person said by the time we got there, the vehicle was gone. So,
Yeah, and in a case like that, and this is perhaps something that I can take offline with Mr. Jones, but if the person who saw it happen is willing to come to court and stand behind what they saw, if they're concerned enough about it, then there is a path. Whether or not logistically it would work, or whether that's going to create more work, or whether there's the resources on the part of community standards to actually facilitate that, that's a bit of a different conversation.
So say it was a video, no, I'm out of time. Okay, I'll follow up offline, thank you.
Councillor Tang.
I guess I think I know what your answer may be, but a citizen program to enforce illegal handicap parking. I think I've asked this question before, but I'm guessing similarly you would need to know if it's in Edmonton. A photo itself doesn't suffice, etc. Right?
Yeah, that's correct. We'd still need the statement from somebody, and then to proceed. Unless it was on private property, and that private property had engaged in our parking agency program, then we would still need an officer to deal with that.
Okay. Okay, that's good to know. I know I've asked you this like a while ago. I just wasn't sure if there's any new development that would have changed that. Anyways, that's it. I'll save my other questions for private.
Thank you, Councillor Morgan.
Okay, going back to transit, thanks. 5.4% fare evasion rate, was that correct?
So that's detected fare evasion rate based on the 300,000 and change fare inspections that we did last year.
So 300,000 checks, 5.4, so that's about 15,000 tickets?
No.
Did I do my math right?
That's detected rates. So from there, when we engage with people, we also follow the 4 E's. It's not an immediate ticket. We don't have ticket quotas for that. So many people have a valid reason for whatever it is. We have to have that officer discretion to say, okay, the next time, or
Sure.
I get it, you don't have the means, here are the social agencies.
I love it. So 15,000 people didn't pay though. out of the 300,000 that got checked.
If
correct?
I don't have a calculator
Yeah,
in front of me, but
but
yes,
that's-
if
that
that's,
seems like
if that's
that's
what
my
you
math.
worked out, I'll believe you.
That's what. Okay, cool. So how much is a ticket for a fare evasion, or is that kind of discretionary too?
No, it's set in the bylaw. I could look that up in the
I can
next
look it up
30
too.
seconds.
It's all good. So I'm just looking. I'm thinking like I kind of looked it up. 61.8 million riders per year, I think it was last year. And so like if we kind of did the math there, have about 3 million fare evaders per year. And so, which is like, again, I'm doing the math, and maybe you can confirm.
Yeah, I mean, I think at 300,000 checks, you could probably safely extrapolate to that.
Yeah, it's pretty accurate. I'm no, it's not my expertise or anything. So that would be like, if that's the case, 3 million people not paying, is that $11,250,000 in fare that we've missed out on? That's the math I did.
That's okay.
Sure.
Yeah, I don't have that math right in my head.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Have we seen an increase in that percentage, or a decrease over the years, or?
I will say that our stats are a little bit skewed because COVID threw everything out.
Sure.
Fare evasion rates went through the roof during COVID, and they've come back down, and they're fairly stable at that year over year.
Would they be more than what was pre-COVID? Just take COVID right out of the picture?
I don't know as though that I have the stats on hand going back that far, but my recollection is it was at 4 or 5% pre-COVID.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Sounds good. So it's sounds like it's in line with growth of the ridership.
And the ticket is $150.
$150. Okay.
failure
Right
to
on.
pay.
Sounds good. Thank you. But not given to everybody. Again.
No, again, there's officer discretion involved.
Love that. It's great. So.
And Councillor Morgan, I would also offer the inverse of that math, that if 5.4% evaded, we actually had a 94.6% of people who did buy their tickets.
That's great. That's awesome. That's good. That's good as well. So, but still 3 million people that aren't paying per year, perhaps. So, do we see ticketing as an effective way of deterring fare evasion?
I think it's one means of doing it for
Yeah.
sure. Yeah, that's the whole point of having a fair program like that. Yeah.
Is there other ways?
I mean, I think the presence alone, that's why we're trying to put more peace officers, in those places so that people will remember to pay the ticket, knowing that they might, when we presented on snow and ice, we talked about the certainty of getting caught being very, very important, more important than the severity, more important than the swiftness. And so that certainty piece is where we put boots on the street and make them visible. And it's a good reminder that there's an enforcement presence and the risk that you take.
Okay. I know there's a bit of another line of question here, but sim ticketing here. I know there's a significant difference in fines, or I've heard that there's significant difference in fines between those that smoke cigarettes and those that are smoking drugs on transit. Would that be correct?
Yeah, I don't have the schedule in front of me, but I do remember that we set that the drugs in public very low because it was debated quite a bit when we did the public spaces bylaw.
Yeah, absolutely. Has that been effective? Do we know in deterring, or I mean, it's multi-leveled, I guess, but
I think there's a whole report coming on the effectiveness of public spaces bylaw later this year.
I look forward to it. Thanks.
Councillor, September 24th, I believe, at committee, we're going to do a full year in review on that, and the $25 fines are going to be one of the subject matters of that.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Thank you. Do we need to move Councillor Jans away from Councillor Morgan because he's teaching him napkin math? No response needed. Okay. I'm just on the enhanced authorities. We're just looking to enhance the authorities of the peace officers, like not bumping up the municipal enforcement officers or bylaw officers?
Yeah, the scope of that report in the way that I took it is just to look at the existing cohort of peace officers to see if enhanced authorities would enable them to accomplish their mission better. So there's a set list of enhanced authorities available from the province, and those are the things that we'll be contemplating in that report.
Okay, and then does that would that line them up sort of with the, is it the sheriffs that have the, like in the, I'm thinking Strathcona County's got sheriffs. Do they have higher authorities?
Yeah, the sheriffs are, so they're both peace officers, but this is where it gets weird, is they're considered Alberta peace officers. Our peace officers are called community peace officers, so they're actually two different components that have different rules under the peace officer program for the province. So the sheriffs are kind of a hybrid. They have, some of them have firearms, they have a taser program, they have enhanced authorities. You know, as we know, some of them are going to be elevated to police officer status with the moves that the province is doing. And so we can't really compare ourselves to the sheriff's program.
Okay, so then my next question was, if it did align more with the provincial authorities, would there be provincial funding available? But I guess not. Okay, that was on that one. You talked about investments beyond FTEs. Would investment in more social development programs from the presentation we had earlier today? Well, I guess what's the impact been? Is there any way to quantify what's happened with social development into your area?
I'm thinking about one of my social sciences professors and their answer of, like, we don't know what works, we just know what works, but we don't know why. Is what's running through my head right now. But I think,
so what does, even if you can't explain why?
I think a broad spectrum approach, you know, the law enforcement can have a place in calming things down, in minimizing chaos that we see in public spaces. But I think for a very real solution, that's never going to be the ultimate answer. We're always going to need social programming and diversion and community court programs and all of the other ways to sort of provide those off-ramps to have whatever the chaos in people's lives mitigated to the point where they can live in a different way.
Okay, so benefit in investing in both. I did have one other one, and where did it go? If only I could read my own writing. I still have 1:37 to find it. Oh, I know what it was. On slide 4. Oh no, sorry. With those enhanced authorities, because the different unions, you've been in discussion with unions around it. They're on side, or
yes, we met with the unions. We did quite a considerable amount of internal engagement with our staff last year, and then subsequently met with the unions.
Okay, all right, sounds good. And that's all. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
All of that information will be provided in the Enhanced Authorities report.
Thank you, Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mayor. To continue on with Councillor Morgan's question about giving warnings, do you capture the warnings that you give to subjects or individuals? Because case in point, if you encounter the same person 6 times, once a week, and they keep giving them warnings, that cycle continues. So do you capture warnings?
Yes, we do. All of that is captured. And we even have a separate section where we can capture whether like social supports were offered. All of those things are captured, especially by the transit peace officers. And again, all of that, the details of that information is also available to the Edmonton Police Service, so they can see, oh, the transit peace officers have warned this person however many times, or they've banned them, or they've, you know, had to write trespassing tickets, etc. So then the EPS can take that into consideration. Maybe not in the moment because we don't share records management, but you know, when they're building other programs.
Okay, thank you. And if memory is correct, and I'm looking for clarification, are you potentially trying to seek further enhancements, like warrants and or I'll say such things a minor criminal offense? Is that still in the works, or that's off the table?
That's part of that Enhanced Authorities report that we'll be bringing back later in the year. And again, the prescribed, like the province says, if you bring a good business case, we can maybe look at other things. But, you know, the prescribed ones, according to the Peace Officer Manual, are warrant arrests, theft under 5,000, mischief under 5,000 are kind of the big ones. They also will allow peace officers to look into collision investigations, but I think the way that the EPS has dealt with that with their collision reporting centers, it would create redundancy that isn't necessary.
Okay. I gotta say, I have concerns that we're moving towards almost like a two-tier policing model, because I know there's gonna be millions that's gonna be required, because we're looking at training for traffic stops, radio access, CPIC access, RMS, CAD, enhanced security clearance if you need to go that route. We're looking at professional standards, disclosure of files, potential criminal warrants that you're going to access, evidence management, disclosure of evidence management, continuity of evidence, indemnification, ACER investigations. I can go on and on here. I'm already going to ask the question about how do you manage the scope creep here of getting to policing, because everything I listed is the same thing as a police agency, and now we're moving towards the same way here. So I'd just like to get your perspective on that.
Well, I think there are already a lot of parallels. I think we are part of a tiered policing model. It's about how we integrate it properly. We already need our own professional standards investigations according to the peace officer program. So there are a lot of parallels, and I think what you're alluding to is making sure we don't have a parallel policing system. And I completely agree, because that's when I said, you know, we've got a lane in the sand. I think there's certain natural overlap with the Edmonton Police Service, but I think we really have to work to make sure that it doesn't become like a who do you call, it could be both. I think we need to figure out where our lanes are, where we can complement the EPS. You know, the transit peace officers dealt with almost 70,000 calls for service. That's a lot less than the EPS had to in transit. I also know that there are very real circumstances where we shouldn't be going anywhere near a specific event, and the EPS has to take over. And I think we have to be clear about that while we can take some of the lesser issues off of their shoulders to maybe free them up to do other things, we should not be walking into territory where they're already doing really great work.
Okay. Thank you for that. And I think Councillor Jans brought up a question about I'll use the word deputizing. Did you say that we already do that for regards to certain instances, like marking tires? I think you mentioned, is that correct?
So I think we got kind of lost in the mix on that one. We have a parking agency program. So locations that have private stalls can write parking tickets if they've gone through our program. So they will have somebody designated for, say, a large apartment building, that if somebody's parked in your stall, you don't have to call for 311. The building manager can write a ticket. That's one thing. We have all of our parking enforcement is done by contract. So our contractor hires security agents. We give them bylaw authorities for very narrowly prescribed things like marking a ticket and writing a parking tag.
I apologize for interrupting because I have 15 seconds. Is there a contract signed in regards to indemnification for any civil liability? Because if you're training them, do we have anything, to keep city away from that, from being sued or anything
I'd
civil?
prefer to go into those details in private.
That's good, because there's only 1 second to answer that question. So, can somebody move, Councillor Ellie, you want to move another round? I think.
So moved.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Morgan. Please vote on another round.
Councillor Principe is yes.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That's carried 13-0. Councillor Jans.
Thank you. Calgary has had automated parking enforcement since 2019. I know we're working on it. Could we get an update on where we're at on that?
Yeah, I think we have somebody online to answer that from Parks and Road Services.
Yes. Hi, Councillor Jans. This is Shrika Ibrahim. So yes, as a bit of an update, we have been in conversations with the GOV as well as with the City of Calgary. Together with that, we actually also just received the results of the request for information, which was sent to the vendors right now to kind of understand what exists in the market, make sure the new program is based on the current market capabilities. Happy to report that we've received really great feedback. from the vendors on that. So what's coming up next is based on the information from the request for information. We'll be meeting again with the GOA to get the process moving. Safe Mobility Team is actually going to be bringing this forward in May, the May 12th report, which includes an update on curbside management program. And based on the outcome of that discussion, we can definitely bring forward an unfunded capital profile for consideration if desired by council, and assuming that that funding is approved, then we should be on track to be able to launch this program in 2028.
Amazing. So we are at the point where we're looking at equipment. The legal loopholes, what are we waiting for, I guess? Do we need a special permission like Calgary has from the province?
Correct. We need to make sure that we're going to the RDN. Sorry, I'm blanking on the acronym, but the registered notification process through the GOA to make sure that we're able to use the automated license plate recognition technology piece. So that's the part that's going to take the most amount of time. But in parallel to that, and to make sure that we're ready to sort of hit play as soon as possible, is making sure that we're getting all the equipment information in place, the technology pieces and information in place, so that once that goes live, we're able to just hit play right away and be able to start the program.
I guess I'm wondering why this wouldn't be ready to go sooner. Like, I can understand technology timelines, but 2028's another 2 years away. That'll be 9 years after Calgary.
Well, the budget wouldn't be approved until later this fall, and then the way that we're going to be setting up the use of the sort of like that AMVER agreement is going to be the test case for how Alberta as a province is going to be able to make use of the automated license plate technology. So we need to make an RFP for the equipment to make sure that it exists, but in the same case, also make sure that we're having the legislation in place to allow us to formally be able to use the program in Edmonton.
Okay, all right. I'll follow up at a later time. Thank you.
Do you want to move to go into private? I think there's...
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Stevenson. Please vote to go into private.
Councillor Principe is yes.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Just waiting on 3 votes.
Yes for me.
Thank you, Councillor Morgan.
Eyes are being looked at over in this direction to my left.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette.
And more eyes to my right. Somebody on this side who has not voted.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That's carried 13-0. We'll clear the room. Obviously, we're going to hit the 3:30 break after one person asks questions. There's at least 2 on the board. So we'll do our first questioner. We'll take our break. We'll come back in private at 3:45. So just as a heads up to the many people in the public gallery, Eric. But we'll be in private for a little bit after the break, and then we'll come back and do the last presentation. So. One more.
Doors are open.
Thank you very much. It's 4:35. Since the next and final presentation on the budget piece is going to take more than the 24 minutes we have left in this meeting, we do have a whole day scheduled tomorrow for this presentation and then the remaining item, which was postponed, 3.13. So we still have plenty of time to do all our work, but there's no sense in actually starting the presentation and then having to end halfway through the presentation. So what we'll do is we will take a recess for today's meeting until tomorrow morning at 9:30 a.m. And like I say, we'll that'll be item 3.11, and then as soon as we're finished that, we'll move into item 3.13. So we are on recess until 9:30 tomorrow morning. Thanks, everyone.